We have Dmitry Andreikin and Anders Giri here with us, who just finished their first game in the two-game round of the semi-final here at the Grand Prix in Belgrade. Gentlemen, it was a long and hard draw. Anish, it seemed that you had more chances and you were standing better in the opening. Do you want to start us off with your view of the game?
Well, I think the opening was very, very unclear. I felt when after a3, the knight c6, I mean, when he played it, I thought maybe it's good, but I didn't expect it. So I felt that he would do either takes or knight d5. When I thought it should be balanced a little bit. I shouldn't be worse, but also not sure I'm better enough. Knight c6, queen d2, I didn't see it for him suddenly, because queen a5 I can take in d4, and I just didn't see a way for him to have a good position. So I thought I'm probably better. And then I thought my advantage is growing with every move, until at some point I realized that what I intended was not winning. And then my evaluation to swing back to equal.
At what point did you realize? What move did you realize?
Well, when I took an f7, I thought I'm winning still, because I thought king f7, queen d7 is much better, but I just noticed ba at that point, and I thought ba is very strong, because if bishop d5, which is tempting, I thought I have check and take, and ed take and mate. So from afar, I mean that bishop d5 is not possible, and it's quite crucial for him, because he has a lot of issues in his position. But if he gets the bishop on d5, and I don't get to take it, then actually it's pretty stable. So as I missed this tactic, which also happened in the game, I eventually allowed it anyway, but already not with the purpose to win, but just with the purpose to
hold.
Not really. I mean, at first I thought I shouldn't risk because I have great bishops. Then I realized I don't risk to win, but I think it should still be enough for a draw, because I have 2 pawns, and yeah, I'm okay. I think I can always win and exchange back. So I think it should be equal, but not on the good side for sure.
Okay, Dmitry, you heard now. You heard the insights from what you were playing. Now you heard what was going on from Anish's head. What were you thinking about?
Okay, it is very interesting opening line. But my problem that I had a leg game against Nihal Sarin in last World Cup, and we played b3, b6, e4, bishop b7, knight c3, e6, bishop b2, knight f6, e5, knight e4. And it is a similar position, but without knight f3 for white and c5 for black. So I think in the game it is a reduction for better for white, but I won that game, and I thought I was very positive in the game during the game today. So I'm not sure about my move night before, because I provoked Anish to play d3 and a3, but maybe this pawn structure looks not beautiful. Well, e5, d3, c4, b3, a3. But after queen d2, I understood that I have a problem, because white have very easy plan, very easy game, and d4 next move, or rook f3, rook g3, which I have in the game. So rook c8 is not natural move, because I lose a chance to make a long castle. But I didn't see what else, because, for example, my first idea was to play bishop e7, but white have d4 move immediately. So after knight d4, c takes d4, bishop b5, I calculate, and in the game I should play rook c5, yes, well, rook on c8, but okay. And after all, of course, my position became a losing, and okay, now well, no, but Anish had knight wrong move instead knight f7, because first time knight f7 looks very good, very natural, but after king f7 take on a5, yeah, and I have very strong move bishop d5 will counterplay. My next idea rook b8, for example, and queen b7, and maybe this is a quile already, because white don't have active ideas, And after check on f4, king g8, I spent some time for calculate king e8. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very
rook G7.
strange. But after rook g7,
will
rook
sack.
f8.
Yeah, sack somewhere on e7. So queen a, rook f8. Maybe
Yeah.
I now sack.
Yeah, take, and queen h4 check.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
queen
very.
h4, bishop c3, bishop.
Yeah. It's very important. Yeah, bishop c3 move.
I was
very
just like
important.
looking forward because from afar I missed king g8. I thought king g8 rook d5, so I thought king d8 will happen. Then rook g7, I sack somewhere. I was very happy with this
Yes.
position.
Okay, and you know, of course, for me, bishop d4 is very strange move. I expected bishop c3 only. After queen c6, queen d1, or I don't know, maybe king e8. I think it's positioned better for black. But after bishop d4, of course, I like change the queens. Queen c6, take, and here maybe I had rook e6 move instead a6. It is my mistake.
c4 not hanging?
Okay, take on a5.
Wait, my bishop is on not on d4. Bishop
On d4, yes.
So rook e6.
Rook e6 instead e6.
My bishop on e2. I play bishop
Your
e2,
bishop
you play
on
rook e6.
f1, I think.
No, queen c6, I take bishop e2. My bishop is on e2. I just defended h5. So you play now rook e6, yeah?
I don't remember because I thought I play. Yeah. On e2, yes, yeah.
Is bishop c4, rook h5, or what?
Bishop.
No, bishop c4, I will take
Rook
it.
f5.
Rook h. Where? Rook
A5.
a6.
Rook a6.
Sorry. Rook a6, yeah. Rook a6, I will go bishop c3.
Bishop c3, and here king e7, for
yeah,
example.
now I'll come again with the king. Better version for you, maybe.
Okay, but king d2, yeah.
Maybe can I take on c4? If I take on c4, rook c6.
You can't take, yeah, rook c6.
Okay. But I think actually the going to endgame was already the best at that point. But I should say that when I played knight f7, I thought this wins. But of course, knight h3 was a crucial moment, I think, in the game. Because endgame, of course, black is better. But I felt white should hold. But after knight h3, I thought it was less winning anyway. But I also missed, I think, that after b4. So knight h3, sorry, knight c6, bishop c4. He doesn't have knight e5. Because I thought knight e5, take, queen d7, king f8, queen b7, and I had illusion that queen a1 is like something like mate or something, but it's not because I have d2 square. So and also in general, I thought even if he doesn't take on e5, like my advantage is less crushing than knight f7. But yeah, the endgame, I don't know. I mean, I felt that black is on the pressing side, but I thought that it's very hard for him to do much because I can come with my king. And at some point, black should give back an exchange, some way. And then I have two pawns.
Yeah.
It should be kind of holding. But I was, of course, not happy with the scenario that I take an exchange with the light squared bishop, and then you've got these light squares under control. Let's say somewhere you get king on e6.
Yeah.
And then you get pawn a6. And even if I take on c4, like I have no past, and doubled a pawns are irrelevant. E pawn is blocked, and this kind of endgame is very sad.
Yes, I agree. But you make f4, a very strong move. About it
in the game.
Yeah, in the game.
Yeah. In the game, I calculated an interesting line actually. In the end, when I went bishop f3, I calculated that I hold after rook a1. I was expecting rook a1.
Yeah,
at least it was important. Rook a1 takes, king b4. Or king b4 first. I think rook king b4 first probably. Rook a2 takes.
Okay,
c3.
c3, yes.
Yes, king e6, I think. King c5 takes king b6.
Yeah, but it's dangerous for black, no?
Yeah. But this king
c5,
c5, king b6 is important. Yeah, it's also tricky for you because I have bishop d4 and
So obviously, there's a lot more to analyze.
No, I calculate just king e6 in final position. Check on g4. King d5 or king e7 back.
Yeah. Okay, this is nice. This is easier line to calculate.
How long does it take you to stop calculating after the game and stop thinking about the game? Like
Stop calculating is no problem. The problem is to start calculating. That's the difficult part.
Why?
I mean, it's very difficult to calculate in chess because, for example, today I was calculating, but I thought that at some point you dismiss some moves because you think that they don't work. But then, there's sometimes some ideas like in the game that after rook d5 there is bishop g5 intermezzo. So calculating is a problem. Stopping calculating for me is no problem. I will stop very easily and go to dinner.
But I've asked some players this. Maybe it was when you have done so many interviews here. That how long does it take you to unwind after the game and stop thinking about it? And kind of, because obviously you're in a hyperactive state whilst you're playing, you're focused 100%. So is it half an hour, 20 minutes, an hour, a day? I don't know. How long does it take you to get down?
Okay, after losing, I can think about it 1 day or 2 days, yeah, or 1 month. But after normal game, I don't think about it.
Yeah, okay, quickly. Anish, you?
Yeah, I mean, here I'll think about the next game. I think that's the
Thinking
main
about-
thing.
So how are you going to both prepare for next game? Obviously, it was a draw. How will you approach tomorrow's game? We're expecting a big
I will
fight,
make
of course.
three of Dimitri's games. I will see what he played. I'll prepare for everything and try to think if there's something he didn't play.
Yeah. Try to calculate something he
Yes,
didn't calculate.
yes.
Dmitry, from your perspective, how would you approach tomorrow's game?
Not so long. I play for pleasure here.
You play for play.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone calculating and someone playing for pleasure. So it's going to be
I'm
interesting.
calculating for pleasure.
You're calculating for pleasure.
But not pleasure for me.
Well, whatever happens tomorrow, we hope you both enjoy it, and obviously, may one of you be less unlucky tomorrow, to put it that way. Good luck to both of you, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
So welcome everybody to the second day of semifinals of the second Grand Prix leg here in Belgrade. Yesterday we had two very exciting games, and at some point we even thought we might see a similar situation like we had in Berlin, right?
Yeah.
With two, actually in Berlin there were two decisive games already in the beginning of the semifinals, but here in the end we ended up having one draw between Dmitry and actually between Giri Anish, to be more precise, against Dmitry and Drakin. And indeed, we had one decisive game, which was in favor of Richard Rapport, who actually earned his first victory against MVL in classical chess.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we have all the rights to expect a good day today as well.
Yes, players are still not in a tournament hall. One more time. The results. Draw for Giri and Andreikin felt a little bit, surprising until we've learned the evaluation, right? So we have to confess, or I have to confess, I was pushing the idea that two bishops are, at least not weaker than two rooks, but objectively Andreikin's position was better, right?
Yeah.
At the very end. So, well, Giri's decision to offer a draw was
actually
correct,
quite understandable,
objective,
yeah.
And if any questions, it's to Andreikin that he
Why did he
took.
accept? Yeah.
He took the draw, but Anyway, today is the second game with colors reversed. Andreikin having white, and especially perhaps MVL having white, promises us an interesting battle. Yeah, MVL has no ground to hold himself. I mean, he has to play, right? He has to play, which might be not that easy, considering that we've seen Rapport doing the defense, the Petrov, right? I mean, what do you do against the Petrov?
Right.
And I remember, I remembered I'm not sure if it's kind of the repertoire thing, the line that MVL played, but I think a couple of times he transposed into exchange French from the Petrov. I mean, as soon as the moves will start coming, I will try to show what exactly I mean by that.
Yeah, I'm also trying to understand what.
Yeah,
what is it?
well, it's quite easy, in fact. When you take the pawn on e5 and black goes d6, you move the knight back, knight e4, and then you have this knight c3 line, you have d4 line, but you can also play d3, force
Right.
the knight away, and then go d4.
In d4, right.
So he was, I mean, it's interesting because he's considered to be kind of theoretician, right?
Yeah.
And then if someone as theoretically, equipped as MVL considers that there is no advantage in Petrov to such an extent that you have to switch to exchange French, right? So that's a little bit surprising. So all I'm saying, well, it'll be tough. It will be tough for MVL. For Andreikin and Giri, it's kind of less clear. Depends on what Giri expects from this game. Will he try to play with black? Does he consider himself
To be a favorite.
favorite to
ask,
run the
yeah.
dog in the
tie-break.
tiebreak? Yeah. By the way, I've missed entirely who was to make a first move today. I mean, yeah. So d4 from Dmitry Andreikin, and the game has started. d4, knight f6 already on the board. Knight f6, well, does not signal anything for now, right? Because Giri was known at some point to play the Grunfeld, right?
Right.
Andreikin wasn't too convincing in Grunfeld in this tournament. I think,
Yeah, he played
his game
with
against Sam
whom?
Shankland,
Against Sam
remember?
Shankland,
Yeah,
right.
that was the only
Right.
Grunfeld that he played,
Yes,
and
yes.
it wasn't anything special, right?
Yeah, he might be going for it, actually.
Well, second knight f3 played by Andreikin kind of suggests that there won't be quote-unquote normal Grunfeld, and b3. Okay. Looks a little bit strange to some who might not know what's all about, right? Knight f3, b3, or rather b3 and then d4 later on. I think it's what Nakamura been doing for quite some time. And the trick, wait a second, there was a funny trick there. So you do this,
But
I guess.
Nakamura was not doing it in this
Castle,
order.
yeah, absolutely. No, but the thing was that over here, c5, white takes, and you can't get the pawn back, funny enough. I remember Naka trapping someone like this. You can't win the pawn. A check,
Queen A5
the
just
plan is
C3.
to go c3, yeah, and when you take, it's bishop a3, and you can't protect e7. So funny, it's not like c5 is a must play move or something. It's just that if they reach this position, white is more or less guaranteed to finish the development comfortably. Bishop d3 or bishop e2, not sure, and this develop the knight later. In fact, let me guess. I mean, it's Nakamura, but there was also a game in the candidates, in Berlin candidates, round 1. Kramnik done something very similar against Grishuk, and he won the game at the end. I mean, so again, knight f6, g6, bishop g7, and so on, an attempt to play the Grunfeld, and Kramnik was doing something with b3 related, let's put it this way. For now, it's clearly a surprise, move 3, so Anish is thinking. I mean, I guess you can, if you want c5, you can do it here, right, or maybe one move later. Oh, no, wait, white doesn't actually need e3, right? No, you can do it one move later, like bishop g7, bishop b2, maybe is the more precise moves order, so that you have this. But you can still go c5, because here...
e7 is not hanging.
Yeah, e7 is not hanging, it's protected with the king. Yeah, so check, let's say c3, takes, it doesn't make all that much sense for white because of the bishop a3, queen, wherever it goes, a5, c7, e7 is protected with the king.
Right.
So if you are keen on playing c5 in these positions, you probably should do it earlier.
And probably black, he can also try to play for e5, right? D6,
Yeah,
e5.
there's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Some sort of King's Indian setups. e3, castles, and probably bishop e2, and so on. And that's, you know, it's what's, I think in art, it's called postmodernism, right? So it's like, you know, there is such thing as King's Indian defense. And then White started to play it with colors reversed, so that it became kind of King's Indian attack, Bobby Fischer and so on.
Right.
And this is, what's this? It's like Black plays not the King's Indian defense, but King's Indian attack, and White plays a system against the King's Indian attack. I mean, so it's really confusing. It's basically the sides switched twice, right?
Right.
So of course, against the normal King's Indian, White would go c4 and knight c3 and all that, right? But he was avoiding the Grunfeld, and now he ends up like playing a really strange system. If we, once again, if we reach all that. Right, so Anish will be thinking, apparently. Yeah, you're absolutely right. The choice is like to go d6, e5, to go for c5. Really wondering what happens if if Black plays d5 or 4d5.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it right now, but
It's not like White will play c4. Yeah.
yeah, you don't have to do it right now, but I mean, you might end up going d5, and interestingly, like even against the London system, it's not that terrible, right? Some people, I mean, with bishop f4 move 3 or something, I mean, it's not that terrible. Some people consider it to be like bad. It's not that bad. With b3 being played, I don't necessarily see what's so terribly wrong with this attempt. It's just that perhaps d6, e5 is more to the point, but yeah, you never know. I mean. Okay, so let's leave Anish and let's see at least kind of oh, what a system! What a time to be alive. I mean, you want to be solid with Black because you won game 1 with White.
And you expect some Berlin.
And then Berlin or the Petrov here,
right.
Okay, a6, d6, you are a little bit surprised. And then after castles, bishop d7 is the move, or whatever, knight e7 is the move. Bishop g4, h3, and then h5. This is absolutely incredible. That's the line from my childhood. I remember quite a few things here.
But is this the only line where there is this bishop g4 h5, or
No,
there is
it's
some
not.
other?
I mean, no, it's not. There is obviously this line, the exchange, Ray Lopez.
This one I know.
This is where you see it, like
Queen f6
This
later.
is much more common, yeah. H3, h5, and then a lot of people arrange a draw like this: c3, queen d3, you know, takes, knight e5, bishop d6.
Right.
That was kind of patented by Kosintseva sisters. I mean, if you check the database, I mean, this draw happened quite a few times between Kosintseva sisters. Yeah, check and then move the bishop, and then again bishop h2. Right, but that one is known, but at the same time, this one is like much more studied, sort of, right? So I think the right move is actually d3. And Black goes queen f6, and then
why should end up with these double pawns?
I'm not sure what they're doing. Yeah, I mean, okay, one line is to go bishop e3, and then Black can take, you take, Black takes, you take, and bishop d6, and so on, and all that was, I mean, among other games, I think. On high level, it was discussed in Kasimdzhanov-Adams match when Rustam won his knockout world championship 2004 in Libya. There was a game like this for sure that Kasimdzhanov won, the end game. And okay, so that's bishop e3, but you can also try for knight d2, where Black doesn't get the luxury of doubling the pawns, but the bishop remains on c1. Right. Yeah. So something like castles long, and then White goes rook e1, if I'm not... I mean, I'm not sure. It's like rook e1 kind of creates a threat of capturing because you will go knight h2 and the other knight will go to f1. But there is bishop c5, yes, so that's confusing again. That is a bit confusing. In our game, though, it's completely different. So here, once again, taking doesn't make sense right now.
Maybe we can just explain why.
Yeah,
Just in
takes here, and then, I mean, if you move the knight, then you are lost after queen h4, right?
Right.
Then you're lost after queen h4. So you'll probably keep the knight here, but then once again, black threatens to take and go queen h4.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I wonder how bad it is. Like maybe I'm saying like that there is, it's not so good, but maybe it's acceptable, right? I go g3, I go queen f3. There shouldn't be any advantage because of like h-file being a constant threat, but I don't
Right.
think black is better. Anyway, this is not the line. The critical lines, if I remember correctly, there are two of those. There is d4, and then black would go b5, bishop goes, knight takes d4, yeah, then I can take, and I can go knight g5, targeting this, and then black goes knight h6.
Oh, now I think that I saw it.
And then I don't quite remember what the moves are, but like you do something. Hang on a second. Was it like bishop d5, c6, c3? I mean, I remember this being like a total mess. I remember this being like a total mess. I mean, so that's one line. The other line, which yeah, and he actually does go d4. The other line, which is even funnier, if white says, okay, d4, he has b5, he'll take my pawn, so first I'm trading on c6. So takes on c6, goes d4. Now, I'm not sure if black can kind of back off and
Take
no
f3
longer
yeah.
sacrifice the bishop, right? But kind of, once again, line from my childhood used to be this. Then white would take, black would take. Bishop g5, and then, hang on a second, bishop g5 is, no, bishop g5 is not, no, now I'm taking and going bishop g5.
Right.
Now I'm taking, going bishop
Queen
g5.
g6.
And queen g6 happens to be a bad move, Teodora, because now white has queen d7,
Nice.
king d7, yeah, and the end game is not very good because the pawn structure, if you, if you look at the pawn structure. And you'd be surprised, but yeah, the real move here, is queen e6, so I'm avoiding this queen d7 trick.
Right.
White goes to h2, you go g4, g3, right, in connection with bishop c5 check. White goes knight g4, and now you do go queen g6. Once again, I mean, it's from 25 years ago, so I'm not sure, maybe checking with computer will completely change the evaluation. And the difference is that now your pawn's on g3, so check, you go king e6, he takes, you take. Now bishop c5 is still quite an annoying threat.
Right.
So kind of the only move used to be considered this. You go knight f6, then you're threatening knight g4 and stuff.
Right.
White goes f3, and surprisingly, more or less the same pawn structure, but now black has a huge initiative. Bishop
Because of
d6,
g3 pawn, yeah.
and knight goes here, knight goes here, rook goes to h2, and I won the game like that. I mean, I don't know if
Really?
it's in the database, yeah, but I've played it.
Nice.
Already being like 2480, 2500.
And also instead of queen d7, there was knight e5, and I guess it didn't work because of rook h1.
Yeah,
right?
95.
that's
Yeah, we
important
probably
to say.
have to mention.
Yeah.
Yeah, with pawn on g3, that's a very nice trick. Rook
Yeah.
h1, and you still have the square. Like everything is
Yes,
seemingly controlled, but you have queen
Yeah,
h7 check over here and queen h2 checkmate.
Yeah, very
So
nice.
that used to be like like very romantic line. d4 played, b5. So here at least it seems that the theory didn't change up to this point. And here, I honestly don't remember what the move is. There is also this bishop e7, f4 something at some point. Can play here. Like, could it be bishop e... I really don't remember. Like, black has sort of a threat.
Sort of a threat,
Sort
yeah.
of a threat. Going bishop e7, trapping the knight.
Maybe this bishop d5 and c3 was...
Bishop d5. I go there, right?
What else?
And then c3. So the knight can't move. I take, white takes, bishop e7. Kind of traps the knight. Queen d2.
No.
I mean, queen d2.
Maybe.
No, but I mean, it's weird. I believe it's not the line here, for sure. But what I remember that in some position, let me see, in some position after bishop e7, white would go f4, and then black could play something like queen d7 controlling this in order to play f6. So as ugly as that. But I of course can't remember the exact moves, I mean, how this was happening. So it was some move queen d7 controlling e6, so then you want to play f6. No, that's an exciting line. It's just that, I mean, quite a surprise that you chose this, or Rappo chose
when
this when he needs a draw, right? I remember once again history of Grand Prix, 2017, I'm guessing, Grand Prix in Moscow, kind of first leg of this 2017-18 series, and it was current World Cup holder Jan Krzysztof Duda to beat Wesley So with white, and then with black sacrifice and so on. So, and on one hand, you think, oh, okay, this is not very smart, but you turn to, kind of admit and admire the, the courage.
Of course.
So people, they don't really care about being solid and so on. That's the way I play chess, basically, right? So why would I care?
And how did the game finish?
Okay, he did lose and he lost the match, but
of course he doesn't.
After that, like in the long run, I mean, now we all know Duda is the World Cup winner.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm really thinking, and it has to be said, I mean, lines like this, if you're thinking, that means you don't have such a high chance of finding what the computer says. I mean, when it's that sharp, when it's that sharp, I mean, apparently he might be, since he went for this quite fast, I mean, d4 and so on, maybe he has, okay, not my level of knowledge, but somewhat outdated knowledge, I mean. So this line was considered to be kind of refuting the whole bishop g4.
Right. Maybe he's trying to, I've seen some players do it, trying to remember in advance, let's say, 5-6 moves or...
So that's one thing. The other thing could be like trying to understand, I mean, what my opponent is going for, right? Like, okay, I know this line is supposed to be good for me.
Right.
What is he going for? But then I would argue you do it here, right? Before going for d4, because there is no disaster yet. I mean, you can play it. You can play it. It's not like white loses if he doesn't do this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can once again take on c6, go d3 if you're scared, right? Very original opening choice by Rappo. I'm really happy to see this position. And let's go back to Andreikin and Giri, right?
Right.
To see, okay, I mean, it won't be as exciting, of course. c5 played, indeed. D takes c5, queen a5.
Knight bd2.
Yeah, knight bd2. I'm guessing this is, if not exactly, then very close to the game that I've mentioned, Kramnik against Grishuk from the candidates. c4, and somehow it turns out that, I mean, typically you would expect black to go d5, c and d pawns would be exchanged, and then, nothing to discuss, symmetrical structure, quick draw. But somehow it's not that comfortable, like there is always some problem. Maybe the fact that the queen is getting exposed all the time. So black tries to finish the development first, ends up playing d6, not d5. Rook c1, knight bd7, and exactly knight b1 was the move that Kramnik played. Knight to b1, opting for knight c3,
same
right?
idea.
Yeah. So I wonder if the position is the same exactly,
Might be,
but absolutely same idea. Also, it stops d5 for now because once again this trick of bishop a3.
Right.
And then later on, yeah, you just basically play some English opening position. Knight to c3, queen d2, this rook to d1. You fight against d5 and you claim that you have space advantage. Right. So it shouldn't be anything special, but at least it's a playable position and without that much of a theory.
Yeah. So what will black try to do?
I'm not sure, honestly. I mean, I think the queen on c5 is not a good piece. I would argue go rook c8, go queen c7. I mean, hide it on b8, and then because there is like this setup is known from the
hedgehog.
I mean, it's not quite because the bishop is on g7, right? So it's more of a like double fianchetto lines against the English opening. There is one. Once again, I can't even show it because it starts with the. Maybe I could try to like c4, c5. How would it be? This. I mean, I'll play a few range moves, but we will end up in the right position, I'm guessing. This. At some point, black takes. You go with queen takes, castles, bishop g5, and don't know, knight c6, queen h4. Not even knight c6. Exactly d6, knight d7. Yeah. The queen was going to h4, and then once again, it used to be rook c8. Maybe I can. Yes, after this castle, for instance, the white goes bishop g5, go d6. Don't know, something, knight d7. And the way queen was getting to 8 was actually rook c8 and then rook c5 at some point. Like white goes to h4, you go rook c8, maybe even b3, so that this pawn is not hanging in. Some strange move, rook c5. If bishop e3, rook h5, bishop h6, obviously rook h5, And then this queen goes to a8, and black very often will double. So this setup can be. I mean, black can try to get it in the game.
Yeah, it's very similar.
It's just that the queen is on c5, somewhat awkward, right?
But isn't it preferable for white to have bishop on g2? Somehow it
probably,
nicer,
right? Probably. Yeah. So here still, I mean, I do remember this kind of setup from some English opening lines, like early c4. I mean, not early. First c4, right? Early d4, going for d4 early, and then you would take with the knight, and later on play bishop f3. So that might be kind of the return to the usual.
Yeah.
We much more used to the fact that white has the bishop on long diagonal, right?
Right,
of course,
right.
in all these setups. Later on, it might be like he goes here. I mean, apparently after knight c3, knight d4, and then if knight e5, you have to consider f4. F4. If not knight e5, then bishop f3. Maybe exchange the light square bishops and so on. So this will be much more, much slower, much more positional. I think it's a good scenario for us once again. So this is really asking for an early crisis as soon as MVL will, make a couple of moves more.
Of course.
It's a very strange line still. I mean, I don't think there is much of a game, interestingly, here. I'm just wondering, is it a gamble from Raput, or he really found the way that black is holding? Because, I mean, how this can be played? I mean, I don't understand. Why does a piece up? So it either works for black or it doesn't. So that's my argument. It's like, I mean, the position that Giri has against Andreikin, right? This is something you call playing chess. Here it's competing basically in memorizing and so on. Raput obviously prepared, he went for this, and the question is like, is it some sort of a gamble, very complex gamble, so that white won't find, he is betting on white not finding all the right moves, or maybe he just found the way to play.
No, but do you think MVL, like, this position is new to him? He's spending
I don't think
a lot of time.
I don't think so. I mean, this position is automatic. As soon as you play d4, you basically accept this position. Unless, yeah, like technically you can do this, right? Ah, wait a second, but maybe knight b3 is just bad because of this.
Ah, there's queen d5.
You're threatening checkmate, knight h6, you have this stupid check intermediate, and black will have to go king e7, and only then you take the knight, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think you can't even take on b3 with white, with black. So then it means you reach this position automatically as soon as you've played d4.
No, but it's very strange.
And now he's thinking. F4. But also, now that I'm thinking, I mean, it might become a total mess. Like if I go F4, I mean, first of all, I'm not sure what F4 is, right? I mean, maybe some trick. And also, like, just look at this position. D5, bishop C5? Yeah, I mean, I do have some ideas, right? Bishop D5, bishop C5.
Bishop
Who knows?
B3.
Bishop E3, and maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't say this, but it might be just nonsense. Let's say the bishop F7. I'm not sure where the king goes after bishop F7. No, probably that's not how chess works. C60. No, probably that doesn't work. F4. Yeah, then F4 might be an idea.
F4 and C3 both almost look. What did we see on C3?
No, bishop D5 and C3. And
Ah,
yeah,
bishop D5.
I think if you go C3, then he takes. If pawn takes, bishop E7.
No, F4 is just EF4, right?
F4, EF4,
Yeah.
right. And if queen D2, this might be the moment when I actually do this. And want to play F6. I don't know. Yeah, that's
Just
a
going for this
very
line is-
confusing position. Yeah.
Peace down.
Okay, I wanted to discuss kind of a lot of side topics, but how do you how do you stay away from chess if this is played? It's so interesting, right? Yeah, it used to be my repertoire line, this A6, D6, and then I remember having like, yeah, now that I'm trying to recall, I remember having like a sharp side line against anything white can do. Like C3, you would play F5, right?
Right.
The C3, I mean, you can still switch to something normal, but of course you'd go F5, and bishop takes. And
D4.
after, yeah, D4, E4 is one thing. Then if castles, it goes like this: bishop D3, rook E1, and bishop E7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Interesting.
And also, yeah, I mean, it's very sharp and like these lines I remember looking at, right? And then, yeah, you sacrifice this pawn, but, you know, white kind of lags in development and maybe black gets some play. There were really funny positions, I guess, after this move. So the idea is like you stop b5 and then later on you want to go d4. Wait a second, how was it? Let's say knight f6, knight c3, or maybe, no, maybe not knight, maybe you start with bishop g4 immediately, yeah. Then they would play this and you would take and go knight f6, d3, for instance, knight d7 so that you want to go knight d4. They would take, and play bishop e3, and you go knight c5, opting here. I mean, you're not forced to, but just to mention that even at these positions we were looking, it looks like a terrible pawn structure, but in fact, like having two open files, it's not obvious that white is better. So you would get a lot of funny positions, funny lines from this a6, d6 system. And obviously, studying all that with bishop g4 and sacrificing a piece was, I mean, when you're a kid, you know, no computers, nobody tells you the answer, right? Of course, it's very interesting. So you think it was all based on like old correspondence games.
Right.
I'm actually still wondering how those correspondence guys, how they pick all those lines, because it seems, especially nowadays. Okay, back then they were playing whatever they like. Yeah. Nowadays, if you check, they do play a lot of really sharp chess.
No, but
strangely.
I have even more sort of simpler question because I'm not familiar with how this correspondence chess works at all. Like, who is organizing those games? How do they come up with, okay, let's play chess? I mean, how does this world work?
Well, I'm not sure nowadays. I mean, back then
Back
it
then
was to be like
clear.
postcards,
yes,
and
postcards, of course. But nowadays,
so
I'm not.
It's email. There are different federations. Some federations, or rather versions of correspondence chess or email chess, shall we say, because now everything is on email. Somewhat naively, they ban the usage of engines. I mean, I don't know how you do it, I mean, technically, but they just say that, I mean, if we find out that you are using an engine, we will ban you from the competition. But no, but seriously, nowadays it's more of a, advanced chess competition. Obviously, everyone.
Aren't they using engine? Aren't they using engine?
Yeah, like everyone's using engine.
Yeah.
Everyone's using engine. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like it kind of turned into some sort of advanced chess competition because, like, you see what the engine says, I see what the engine says.
Right.
And then our task is, as the player, you should find those tight spots where the engine is wrong, which is very rare, right? So most of our games should finish in a draw. Because obviously we will not go for bad lines, we'll go for good lines. But sometimes, like a good example of it would be, a few years back would be the King's Indians, right? When the engine turns to prefer the position for one side and then later for white, obviously, right? And then later on it realized that this long-lasting 20 moves initiative actually works for black. So it's not the case anymore, but there are still positions which engine sort of misunderstands. Right. And where I was going with that. And when you check the database, the correspondence database, you would expect, like, okay, the guys would be solid, they would be playing Petrov, they would be making draws, but they do all the nonsense like this. This, then the anti-Moscow gambit. Again, I mean, we'll get this game. Yeah, where was the game with d4? Now this one.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, so d4, d5, c4. Okay, let it be c6, whatever. Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6. Bishop g5. Yeah, then dc4 is Botvinnik variation. h6 is known to be Moscow variation, right? So bishop f6 is the Moscow variation itself. Bishop h4 is so-called anti-Moscow gambit. Why gambit? Unlike in Botvinnik, you can play g5. No, wait a second. Not even g5. No, you take, and after e4, like b5 brings you back to Botvinnik. B5, e5.
Right.
G5 you'll take, right?
Right.
Black plays those moves in different order. G5 first, then b5. He keeps the pawn, but there is an awful lot of theory. An awful lot of theory, and I mean, bishop b7 being the main move, then bishop g7. And the problem is, like, I've studied this before the cloud engines were the thing. So you would rely on your own machine.
Right.
And it didn't make any sense to me because you check, like it always says it's equal, the lines are beyond human capabilities of memorizing something. So it would be, and sometimes you would find like even mortal chess players, not the correspondence guys, not machines, they would play this and some like really, really sharp, really, like, how was this Gelfand idea? I mean, this, and then, h5 used to be the main line, and he came up with rook g8. And the point was that, how was it over there? Whenever you move the bishop, he's ready to take on g3. Something like that. Oh, wait a second. Knight d7, castles. Could it be castles? I'm not sure. I mean, but there was, there was this exchange sacrifice on g3, and somehow, yeah.
No, I'm generally admiring people who can go for these lines. Botvinnik and so on, it's crazy.
Yeah, Botvinnik, interestingly, they don't play on high level, but when they do, and I remember like Kramnik Aronian and also Shirov plays.
I only know for Shirov that he's playing
when he's getting a chance, he plays
yes.
this, yeah. And it seems to hold. And I'm not even sure, is there like a kind of such thing as critical line to check?
I get it, of course.
You just remember 30 moves of theory and you make a draw. Maybe it's just as drawish as an exchange Slav.
No, but I don't think so. I mean,
you just have to remember more stuff, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the boring game, quote-unquote boring game, went with knight e4, bishop g7, king g7. I wonder how white is planning to continue there. Because I think kind of exchanging this knight sort of unnecessarily simplifies the issue. Now, especially exchanging the b1 knight. You kind of need the knight on c3, I would think.
So you mean to try to exchange with other knight?
Maybe,
yeah.
Okay, but this is like too artificial. I'm thinking, can I try to do this? Like go here and maybe f3 or bishop f3, who knows? Like knight f to d2 seems too much, right? I mean, too clever, too clever to be true. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's not impossible that he'll go queen d4 and we'll see an endgame and a tiebreak tomorrow.
I actually like knight e4 for black. It looks like a smart move.
Yeah, knight e4 to swap the bishops, yeah. This is something that Grishuk didn't do, in fact. If I remember
against Kramnik?
correctly, yeah. Once again, based on my assumption that this position happened, which is not guaranteed, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, all that I'm saying, like go knight d4, I mean, you might have gone knight d4 here as well. If you want to keep more pieces, and if you're sure that this f3 thing happens, f3 and so on. Let's see what Andreikin comes up with.
Let's see if I'm well played the move. I'm really
curious.
curious.
I mean, this is certainly what.
He's still.
No. Might as well be that, here comes kind of the realization point, so that he's trying to recall and he's never too sure, and might spend 1 hour 15 out of his 1.5 hours that he had. I'm so curious to see what's going to happen. Yeah, but really, I mean, this specific position, there's kind of no way back.
Yeah.
It's either white wins or I mean, it's pretty forcing, right?
Also, it's a bit annoying because it's such position that if we don't know a move, there's nothing to discuss, right?
Absolutely.
Like we should really know a move here.
Yeah, from the commentator's standpoint.
Yeah. From a commentator's standpoint,
it's also
right?
hard.
I think he's about to make it. There was some movement. Very interesting. Also, there are, like, as we said, there are not so many moves. I mean, bishop e7 is a threat.
Yeah, you probably have to do something about this d4 knight. You have to do something about this d4 knight, really.
I'm so curious.
Yeah, but once again, seriously, bishop d5. I mean, if we just tried, bishop d5. c6, because if you move the rook, c3 will come anyway, right?
Right,
So
right.
c6, c3. Black is absolutely forced to take. White forced to take the knight, yeah? Bishop e7.
Also forced.
Looks logical,
Yeah.
right, at least. Bishop
yeah.
e7, and then white has difficulties protecting the knight other than queen d2. Okay. And here we have to finally have to discuss something, right? I mean, like, what does black do? I mean, can he do something? Like, the stuff that I was mentioning, this queen d7 or queen c8, doesn't seem to make any sense because white just takes d5.
Ah, e5, right.
d5. So over here, it's either black has some clever move or he's in trouble, right? Because what could be a clever move for black? Maybe you take e4 when the knight takes, you go f5. Who knows? I mean, that's an absolutely crazy position.
Maybe rook c8 to
Rook
try.
c8, okay, makes sense. Rook c8 to try to take on c1, yes.
Yeah.
And then if he goes here, though,
There is some
b4, that's too much,
but
I
too
think. Knight
much,
d5, yeah, nobody will believe this, right?
Right.
Like this, and rook takes, and he takes. Right? And queen b4, and then you take, and then you castle.
Yeah.
For instance, no, this is
way,
not happening.
no.
This is not happening. I don't think this is the line. Yeah, so bishop d5 is one attractive move. Maybe f4 is the other. For some reason, I still remember that the pawn, I mean, some lines with the pawn on f4. I mean, that's the trick.
No, this bishop d5, c6. I mean, we didn't make it work for
black.
For
so
black,
far.
right?
Yeah, yeah. So far, we couldn't make it work for black. So
there has to be something.
This. Take the bishop is a must, and he takes here, and then, then who knows?
Bishop e7 forced.
Yeah, with bishop e7, queen d2. I don't know. I mean, you could make an argument for taking on d4, so at least the knight's not coming out. But then, then he takes on d5, and I don't see it down. And right, so that's really interesting because MVL clearly pauses here, right? So that means could
is
it be
it
the
possible?
bishop d5, bishop e7?
Yeah, exactly. Wanted same thing.
I mean, sounds too much, right?
Right.
Sounds too much, but who knows? I mean, it's a dumb but very efficient
Of
idea.
course,
My
yes,
queen
yes,
goes
yes.
to h4 and I'm checkmating.
Yes.
yeah?
Exactly.
Who knows? Maybe that's what the plan is. And then the moment you realize that, you're trying to calculate, and it's impossible to calculate. I mean, against the guy who spent maybe a day at least analyzing this with the machine. So that's a scary situation to be in.
Very scary situation.
But on the other hand, kind of the benefit for MVL, it's game 2 and he knows he has to win. So, I mean, imagine it would be even scarier in a way from psychological standpoint than when you don't know what to play for. Here at least, like if he can see the line which leads to a draw, he can immediately discard it and so on. So there is no such thing, okay, let's be solid, let's return the piece and be solid, let's equalize. For him, it's not happening.
No, he's also. I wanted to say that no, definitely it doesn't make sense to go for this line because, as you said, Rapport must have spent a lot of time analyzing it, so it's very hard to enter it from MVL's point. So maybe he's trying to find some way to, let's say, give piece back, be solid, but see some chances, right?
Not fully equalize at least, right?
Yeah, but there is no.
C3. Okay, this might be. No, it wasn't like that. Okay, I recall something. There was a line where black would take and white would take d3. And then you would go here, and he would go queen c1 with these ideas, and then you would go queen d7. Okay, once again, I'm speculating. I mean, it's actually very hard. I've realized that it's better if you have no knowledge about this line whatsoever, then you can play. But here you're just kind of looking for familiar pictures.
You're trying to remember,
yeah. And sometimes it doesn't make sense whatsoever, but you're just, you're trying to recall, okay, this was going here, and this was going there. And also during the game. I mean, sometimes, you know, like when it gets confusing, you cannot recall the theory. You wish, okay, it's better I've never seen this position, so at least I would be able to think instead of trying to recall.
But after bishop e3, there is bishop e7.
Yeah, you can go bishop e7 apparently.
I'm not sure about this.
I mean, once again, it's tricky. I mean, how are those positions, for instance? I mean, I'm let's say returning, because you have the bishop in front of the queen, right? So I'm not getting checkmated kind of immediately.
Yeah.
And say just play c3 or take on d4 twice, who knows?
Or g4 is also hanging.
Like they take here and take d4 maybe, and then queen d5 check. Yeah, once again, those are like, without previous analysis, it's very hard to say what's happening. And that makes, once again, that makes the case for MBL even harder.
Yeah.
Ooh, so just quickly check Andreikin again. Knight fd2 was played, and Giri captures on d2. I'm a bit surprised Andreikin thinking, because I thought the whole point was to
take with queen
the queen and develop the knight to c3, right?
He is taking with queen.
Yeah, queen takes. Yeah, it's not much for white, if anything, but at least like it's a comfortable position. It's not fully symmetrical position, so yeah, why not? One can try playing. And as far as I understand, the other pair of knights is not getting exchanged that easily, because you can play f3, stop knight e4, and so on. It's a little bit too ambitious, right? But
yes.
But how do you refute it? Like d5, yeah, but b4 is there, right? And otherwise, I'll play knight c3. I'll play king h1, and some sort of a Marozzi. Yeah, once again, not easy to say. So this will be much slower, this game, but potentially just as tense, just as tense. If next few moves, like pieces are not getting hoovered away, as they say. There is also always a question of something like this. Like, how does that look? Queen d4, and then you have to take, right? Because the bishop. I don't know, queen e5, that's probably not very good. These positions, because we're really used to these structures, right? I mean, c pawn exchange for d pawn. But sometimes something like that happens, and these are not that easy to tell, because white has some plan of going b4, c5. I remember having something like this from the Nimzo. And at first I thought it can't be anything with white. I mean, I guess we had one more minor piece, like black would have the knight on d7, let's say white would have the knight somewhere, maybe on c3, and then the bishop would go back. And at first I was playing with black pieces. At first I thought, okay, what can it be potentially? And then somehow you're not really comfortable, like e5. Okay, maybe this is not a great example, but imagine once again, the bishop is not here, but somewhere on b7. So these structures happen very often, but black's counterplay usually is the kingside attack. But how do you attack the king when queens are off? And also the material is not much on the board, right? And then white slowly somehow prepares this c5, and it's very annoying. I mean, I remember making a draw, but finding kind of when the position is already on the board, you realize, okay, maybe I was a bit too optimistic. It's not such a pleasant position to be in. So that's kind of a side idea for white. So maybe one day he can try to trade the queens specifically on d4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bold prediction: we will have a tiebreak tomorrow. Maybe 2 games. Maybe two tiebreaks. Maybe 2 tiebreaks. I mean, I don't know.
I think one for sure. I think this is
this
sort
is
of heading for a solid game. So.
Yeah.
And both players, I think they don't really want to risk much. So.
Yeah, there is always this argument that there'll be 2 rapid games, and now I have to, like, in order to push, I have to push in 1 game.
Right.
And even though it's shorter time control, but 2 games kind of less, I don't know what, less responsibility than 1 game or whatever. But yeah, a lot of people in such situations. So they prefer to. Yeah, I wonder if anyone done these studies that, I mean, how does, okay, a knockout of 2 games, and then when first game is a draw, how does that increase the possibility that the second game is a draw? I mean, quite likely. Quite likely it increases a lot, right? So, and as I said, like from my personal experience, so I've only won knockout matches in the first game, never in the second game, right? I mean, so it's very strange.
And also, do you think, as you mentioned, Andreikin is playing probably much more online blitz than Giri? Does it help in these tie-break situations? Generally, does this online blitz help at all? You know,
I don't know. I mean, in my case, no. But for some people, they look at this at the over the board as some strange version of online chess. And like Ali Reza, for instance, I think. I still wonder, I mean, in his head, does he imagine like a 3D board and 2D board? Right, maybe he's looking at, you know.
Yeah. But do you play online?
Yeah, well, not recently, but of course, I mean.
Who doesn't? Okay, yeah.
Who doesn't, yeah. My unexpected comeback to tournament chess was this summer when, you know, apparently they were missing a player for Banter Blitz Cup. So they invited me and they were not very happy because I've lost only in the finals. I lost to Duda and by some miracle beat Prague and some
really?
other guys.
I kind of missed it. I don't know how is it possible.
Yeah, it was a kind of pre-group stage, I think. Pre-group stage. So if you make it to the group, then it means you that far away from actually play the group or something, the final.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Nice.
So my latest chess prize, it was won online, straight. Got some money, strangely enough. But yeah, but on average, I'm not very good. Like it was, yeah. If you'd ask me what would you prefer to play, online blitz or over the board blitz, it's
over the board,
100% over the board blitz. Yeah. Okay, not much happening there, and even no, not even less.
Oh.
Okay, yes, G3. Yes, for some reason you have to play G3. Now it looks like it starts making sense.
Really?
Maybe Black was threatening G3, maybe, but yeah, G3, Bishop E7, F4, and Queen D7, so that he wants F6.
Yeah.
And the funny part is that I think after F5, he's supposed to go back to D8. Once again, I mean, I'm kind of have some images of these lines in my head. It's not guaranteed that it's true, but yeah. But Bishop E7, yeah, well, the question is why G3 and does he need to play G3? I mean, what for he needs to play G3?
Yeah, G3 probably with the idea to have F4 and then take Gf4 after some EF4.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, you're right. So G3, exactly, the point is that after Bishop E7 you play F4, and if, say, he swaps on B3 and takes on F4, you can take with the pawn, protect the knight. Okay, makes sense. But still, it's a mystery. No, probably there is no mystery. Maybe probably Bishop E7 is the actual line, yeah. And then you take, and then you want to take and go Queen H4.
Even Knight E2. There are so many threats actually. Yeah.
Like Bishop G4. Yeah, well, you take. You are still kind of not checkmate. Oh well, you actually do. Knight F3 is also a threat, right?
Yeah, right.
So I'd say Knight D2, and then go Queen H4, or start by doing this, and it starts looking, it starts looking very dangerous. So agreed, right? Agreed. So that's the point. G3, this, Queen D7. So now try to stop f6, right?
Okay, he can try to go c3 and then take with queen on b3, right?
Takes, queen takes. So that f6, there is still knight e6. Fair enough. And what does black do in this case? We don't know. Could it be that after c3, black's not taking the bishop? No, it's really hard to imagine. So probably he does, and then he take. And then black has to come up with something. Okay, you know, in that case, I was thinking if you take with the pawn, once again, if you take with the pawn, then maybe g3 and
Something,
all
yeah.
of a sudden, yeah, like queen getting to h3 as an idea. The thing, however, is that you can take with the bishop now. Really confusing. Raput was not confused, though. He barely spent any time, right? He barely spent any time.
Also, this knight on h6 is very strange.
It protects
It protects,
f7.
yeah,
Yeah,
but-
it's not much else you can do. No, but I really wonder. You're absolutely right. C3.
He's about to make a move. Something else, I think.
Bishop d5. No.
F5.
F5. Yeah, F5 securing himself a square. But then, as I'm saying, it's queen back to d8.
Ah, is there some? Oh, no. I thought some bishop f7, then taking everything on f7 and c3, but there is always
Knight f3.
knight f3, right?
I think it's queen d2 what you do. But then, among other things, you can take, go knight g8 and rook h5. And still trap the knight. I mean, it's such an original position. And like all the kind of tactical ideas are also very, very surprising. Hang on, after queen d8, could it be that, no, it can't. I thought like takes everything, takes on g4, but then knight c2, strangely,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Takes f7, knight takes, bishop takes, king takes. Wait a sec, maybe not take the knight, maybe take on g4 here. So at least like you're not losing anything. Black might be just fine, though. What's the material?
Everything is same.
Understand? Oh, okay, so it's equal. Material's equal. What's the position? Nobody knows, right?
Probably just black puts bishop on f6 and stays solid.
Kind of fine, yeah.
And Raport is thinking, which is not a good sign for MBL,
Raport
right?
is thinking after f5, yeah. So it's a bit of a surprise, we might say. And yeah. How about some violence like this and this? No,
F7 is
F7
hanging, yes.
was hanging, yes. I mean, if this happens, I'm actually, I probably don't care about f7 because I'm getting here, right? It's just that you'll take on f7 when I'm taking on f5.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight f5, and then
Yeah,
I don't know, you do something, bishop f7, c3, but even stuff like this has to be considered. Like, okay. What if I mean, actually, I can get some material back already, or I can once again pretend that this works. Who knows? Knight takes.
And then queen c6.
Yeah,
that's your idea,
the
right?
plan is, once again, I don't know how threatening this is, but it does look threatening, rook h1 or queen h1, rook h2. So I'm not insisting on this kind of working for black, but it's very sharp. It's very sharp. So queen d8 is not necessarily the only move. You could also think of, I mean, if queen d8 works and traps the knight, you could also think of starting with knight takes.
But then there is this queen d5
And then you go here, right?
and queen d5.
And queen d5, yeah. And maybe you don't have to. Maybe you take, go c6 and say, okay, I will trap your knight anyway, sooner or later. It's not coming back. I'll go queen d8 and knight g8 and rook h5. Come on, this is not serious. Okay, so Rapot is thinking, which might be bad news for MVL, really. Andreikin and Giri. Andreikin, queen g5 forces f3, and then knight f6. Okay, this is what happened in Andreikin's game.
Actually, he could have tried e4.
Here.
So, e4 instead of f3. Yeah.
Immediately, yeah. Right, but perhaps he doesn't want the knight on d2 once again, right?
Yeah.
e4, yeah, works in a sense that you are able to protect the e4
right.
taking with the knight, but
You don't
maybe,
want
yeah,
knight
maybe
to-
the whole point
yeah.
is like f3, knight f6, he, say, plays this, then goes e4, takes with
yeah,
the rook and
yeah.
puts the knight on c3. So the only tight spot would be black going d5 right here, right? So that's like, yeah, kind of not in time to play e4. But I don't know how this position is. I mean, it might be not entirely equal after d5, right? d5, who knows? I mean, those are hard.
So knight f6 is on the board.
Yeah, knight
Right,
f6 is on
knight
the
f6.
board. And Draken thinking here, they've actually doing the yesterday
Yes,
thing.
yes.
So one goes 10 minutes below the other, and then the other catches up. Right. It's move 16 though, so I mean, with this rhythm, they will have no big time trouble, it seems.
Right.
Okay, so it's been a very exciting 1 hour from the start, right? And perhaps, yeah, here we can clearly say that the opening stage is over in this game. In the
Yeah.
other game, we basically don't know. One more time, yeah. In the other game, we basically don't know what people know. What's yeah. Clearly, MBL doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Rapot might not know exactly what to do after f5, but it doesn't seem to be a good move anyway. So I suggest we let players think for some 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll take our usual break after first hour, and we will come back to continue with second games of the semifinals.
semi-final here at the second leg of the Grand Prix in Belgrade has finished. The game between Richard Rapport and Maxime Shirlegrave, and Richard won that game. It almost seems as a little repeat of Berlin, where in the semis both games were decided. We'll see what happens in the second one. Richard, let's start with you. What's your take on the game, and what was the key moment?
Okay, of course, it's very nice to be on the winning side of it, unlike in Berlin. But I mean, it's basically speaking, just Maxim made, I think, a big inaccuracy in the opening. I mean, the line objectively, which I've played, is extremely harmless, and it could have easily happened that the game ends in a very short draw. So I feel like I've gotten lucky there, and after that, okay, I kind of held on to the advantage, and then I had this trick which he missed, I think, with Rook c7, fe4, d6 check, and after Rook c7 there was no way back, basically.
Maxime, you've heard the assessment from Richard. What do you make of it, and what's your take on the game?
Obviously, it's a disappointing result. I maybe went a bit too early into this e5, d5, knight d4 complications. I thought this would be good for me. And then after bishop d2, there was no way back, and I couldn't find a move to keep the position the way I wanted. And then I mean, little by little, I just couldn't find any way back, and I just lost. So obviously, it's disappointing. At the same time, there's another game tomorrow. I'll definitely be ready for a big fight and try to win and reach the tiebreaks.
How will, if anything, and again, to the extent that you can say, how will your preparation for tomorrow's game change in the light of the fact that you lost today?
I mean, obviously, maybe there's gonna be, more fight on the board tomorrow. But I would definitely have tried to win in any case, except maybe if I had won this game today, but I was far from it. So, I'll definitely be up for a big fight. I would have been in any case, and there will be no short draws. That's all I can say.
Richard, just the same question for you, but from a different perspective. And Maxime, you can weigh in on this as well. Obviously, you're both very experienced, and you won a lot of events. It's one thing to deal with a loss, but it's also when you win. And are on the brink of something important. Some people find it difficult to manage the excitement or to hold the euphoria. How do you deal with that, so to speak? I'm not suggesting that this today.
Yeah, the way you put it, life is very difficult. Yes, because when you lose, it's hard to deal with it. When you win, it's hard to deal with it. Yeah, when you draw, tension is still on. So, I mean, obviously, yeah.
But you understand that aspect, like people.
Yeah. But obviously, I mean, I'm in a better position than I was when I woke up today morning. Yes, so that's all I have to say. I mean, we'll see, of course, how tomorrow goes. It can still turn completely around, but yeah, of course, I mean, I cannot be over depressed about this. Yeah, of course.
Maxime, you have anything to add to this?
No, I mean, we are experienced chess players. There's a reason why we play the way we play. I mean, we are used to winning. We are used to sometimes losing, even if we don't like it, but it does happen. So I mean, I've always been able to rebound after a loss. I've actually come back in some matches, so I do feel bad about the game, but there's no reason to lament on it. That's just wait for more fight tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'll leave you to prepare for your big fight tomorrow. Thank you both so much, and good luck to both of you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back at game 2 of the semifinals. We've got some development in Andrei Kingiri. I didn't check the other game, to be honest. I presume Raport is still
It's still thinking, right?
Yeah, for Andreikin and Giri, apparently this d5 break that we were discussing, apparently it was working for black because Andreikin ended up playing e4, stopping d5, but allowing the exchange of queens and also taking on d2 with the knight, which means if he ever wants knight to d5, he will spend more time moving it
Yeah.
to b1, c3 or f1, e3, who knows. Okay, so those positions. I mean, I don't know really. I mean, under what circumstances white is better in this. I mean, white kind of has more space, but black is so solid usually, right? And with these specific pieces, with like light square bishops and only one pair of knights and so on, I think d5 can be covered with e6. Right? So if black needs it, he can play e6 so to cover d5 square, and then the d6 pawn is not that weak. So you don't have kind of enough pieces to apply serious pressure, right? So one could debate, I mean, on how to do it properly. Maybe, I mean, just to mention, there is a positional idea of starting with g5, controlling your 4 square. Then e6, try to get the knight to e5, king f6, king e7, and maybe even expanding here with the h pawn. So strangely, it's not that I would say black's position looks more pleasant, but who knows? Maybe
Yeah, what will white do?
Before probably. Right, like in many of those positions, it's hard to play b4 because c4 is weak. Here, at least you have the benefit that all your pieces are, okay, maybe not ideally placed, but c4 is defended like 100 times. So like maybe b4 and kind of going for c5 quickly, maybe that's the way. But one has to be careful, right?
About
b4,
a5,
yeah. b4, black will play a5, and you know, a3 means you've basically given away the file. b5, you've given away the c5 square, right?
Right.
So as the plan, yeah, b4 with c5 idea is here, but needs to be carefully kind of planned through.
Maybe actually white has enough time to go knight b1, knight c3.
Yeah,
it's not like black can do something meanwhile. Something very special.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, kind of, it feels that both sides are just too solid for this position to be in someone's favor. But obviously, there is still enough material to play, right? It's not like a dead draw of some sort. And then, and we are Raport. There is no move after f5, so Raport spent like 20 minutes or so.
Interesting.
After f5, yeah.
No, because in these positions, when you're studying these positions from black side, I think you should also check this moves, which, I mean, engine is not suggesting. You should try to look from human's perspective. F5 makes sense, right? It's not.
So once again, something like this would be stupid, perhaps, right? Knight f3, white will just take, and you've exchanged all the active pieces. You are left with the knight on h6. Yeah, white king is nowhere near getting checkmated. So this is not how it works. Yeah, I think queen d8 is really kind of critical.
And after queen d8, what were we checking?
Queen d. No, we said this might be possible. Knight f7, queen g4. Knight f7, knight f7, and queen g4. Well, I don't know how to access the resulting position. It's kind of, you tend to like the knight on d4, but at the same time, the bishop is also quite annoying, right? So if you trade, I was thinking, yeah, like trade and go bishop g5 maybe. Who knows what's this position? Knight c3, then c6.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, sooner or later you'll have to take with white, right? Because it's annoying. You can't really develop the bishop anywhere.
Yeah.
That's like if it's on f2, you probably don't care much about black's bishop on g5. But how do you get yours on f2? And if you take, I think queen g5 is just fine. Yeah. Take with the knight. Black's structure is relatively flexible. The knight on g5 is actually quite nice. King e7. Try to double on the h file and so on. Some positions you'll have before.
No, it's more comfortable from black, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe white goes before, right, to prevent black from going before. But then you go king e7, lift one rook, and then you sort of threaten to bring the other to the h file. But yeah, so far, no move from Richard Drapot. And yeah, and there was this, my crazy idea of capturing on f5 in some positions. Probably just nonsense, honestly. Look, takes here, knight f5, that's what I was advertising, but queen g4 probably stops the whole thing. Queen
Knight
takes
h6?
g4.
Yeah. Then just queen this.
Yeah, queen, trade the queens, right?
All right.
I don't know, this strangely.
Yeah.
But then you take with the rook, and you take with
Queen.
the queen, yeah. Because first I thought, okay, that can't be right. There is bishop d5. Then I realized there is queen c2, and maybe, you know, it's still messy. Probably not. Probably knight d2 and white wins. But if you want to stop calculating, yeah, after queen c6, rook takes f5 is oops, ow, once again switched to the wrong game. Rook takes f5 should be enough, yeah. Yeah, perhaps not that much of a choice for black. Probably has to go queen d8. I still wonder those like really sharp lines, the bishop d5 line and so on. Maybe I was indeed looking at those, because some of maneuvers that come from that line now I cannot imagine being possible. There was clearly this c3, c6 or c6, c3 at some point.
No, he must be checking some. There must be some other line. Maybe he wants to take on b3 first. I forgot what did we say there. Takes on b3 and then...
Takes on b3. Let's say some pawn takes. I don't know which pawn takes.
And there will be queen d5. Yeah, queen d8, queen d5.
Queen d8, queen d5. Is it the end? Because technically this is like almost trapped, right?
But also queen c6 is annoying.
Actually, is this a move?
Bishop g5.
Bishop takes, queen takes. You take it. King, I don't know, d7, e7 somewhere.
Okay.
And I'm trying to say that it's a no. I mean, it's a perpetual if you take the rook, right? Check, check from e2, check from e4.
Just
but
rook
you
f2,
can...
just how is it?
Wait a second.
No, wait.
No, rook f2, I have a check, and then you go here, right? I give a check, and you go to h2, yeah.
But
so
you could have taken on g3.
Oh, on g3 after rook f2. No, but it's all irrelevant. It's all irrelevant because you are free not to take the second. Wait, if you don't take the second rook, it stays there.
Yeah, it stays there.
No, I mean, my point was like you go queen d5 and e4 is not hanging, but the rook is alive then.
Yeah.
The rook is alive then. So one more time, what was that? Takes over here, right? Pawn takes, go here, go queen d5, take on g5. No,
maybe queen c6 first.
Queen c6, but does it change much? I go to f8.
Yeah, you will have to go to e7. You will not have a chance to go to d7.
To d7, yeah, fair point. So check this. So kind of limit black's options, right? For whatever reason. Yeah, here, check. Okay, rook f2, queen g3, king goes. Yeah, I mean, it will probably run away.
There shouldn't be
not probably, but clearly will run away.
Yeah.
It's 2 rooks up for white. So it's a bit too romantic then.
And this knight hf5 was not working because of what?
Because of queen g4. Ah, no. Also, immediately you can take on g4, right?
Ah, right.
So here I said some bishop f7, which
Yeah.
I'm not sure, like bishop f7, king d8. But yeah, the main problem is that you take on g4, and what should work for black, I mean, in order for this line to be good, is something rook h1, knight g3.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, there is no such thing. There is no such thing. Almost, okay, you want to say almost equal on the clock. Not really, but...
not really. Comparing to how it used
how
to
it
be.
looked,
How it looked.
So it's more than half an hour of...
He did make some move.
Like c6. Whoa.
Wow.
Wow, this is serious. So now he wants to take the bishop and go queen d8 and win the piece back. And this is where you go bishop e3, and if black takes, you take with this pawn. Now it all makes sense. So after queen d8, you go queen c1, and you kind of win a tempo on attacking c6. So maybe what I was talking about is not complete nonsense. And then he goes here, then maybe knight g8, rook h5 is still a threat. So that's why you go king g2 to have rook h1. Then black would go some d5. Again, I mean, it's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, c6. Why not? Such a weird game. Yeah, I didn't expect this line to be ever played on such a high level. Because usually those kind of romantic sharp lines from the past, with modern engines, you check it once, you realize, okay, nothing can be done, and you basically never return.
Okay, but Rapport is that kind of a player, right? He likes to check this kind of lines to bring them back to life.
That's nice of him, of course.
So what are the white's options if not this?
I'm not sure. Like developing something would be met with takes here. One more time. I mean, we could try queen d8. Then losing it back doesn't make any sense, right? So queen d2 in order to protect.
Knight g8.
I'm not sure. Yeah, like the knight g8. How serious is that, right? But yeah, let's try knight g8. Rook h5 is sort of a threat. And also white is like really uncomfortable. On the other hand, what's the material? It's a piece for one pawn only, right? For two pawns. Oh, okay. So not easy.
Oh, for two pawns.
It's for two pawns.
I also thought it's for one pawn.
Knight takes f7 doesn't really equal the material.
No, this looks fine for black, actually.
Yeah, somehow it's hard to come up with anything. Yeah. So apparently he has to do this bishop e3 and stuff. The other question is, after bishop e3, am I forced to take? I'm probably not forced to take on b3. I might go queen d8 immediately.
Right.
And then you don't ever have queen c1 because knight e2, right? I do threaten to take.
There is queen d2, right?
Yeah, there is queen d2, but then c8 is not hanging, right? So I'm on time to take, doesn't matter what you take it with, and to go for the same idea. It's a knight and rook h5. I mean, it's still very hard to believe that, like, black basically says, I will spend 2 next moves on rook h5 and taking your knight. Can you do something about this? And it's really hard to believe that the answer is no.
Yeah.
Super interesting. Let's see if the other game got any developments.
Yeah, he did play knight b1.
Yeah, rook a c8 and one more time knight b1. Kind of insisting on this knight belongs to c3 concept. Well, once again, if, let's say, I forget completely about g5, if I'm just playing the hedgehog, like e6, as simple as that.
Knight c3.
Knight c3 and a6. Rook d1, and then I'm in trouble, right? Rook d1, and when I go rook d8, I'm not on time because knight a4, not in time like this. Pawns hanging, I mean, rook c6, then e5 and stuff.
Yeah, this feels a bit
Maybe it works, but it's not comfortable for black, right? The comfortable version would be king here, and then you go knight d7 as a response to knight a4. Maybe he shouldn't try for the hedgehog. Maybe he has to do something else. Maybe indeed like g5, or actually moving the knight and going f5 could be another try. Knight d7, for instance, and after knight c3, just go f5, right? This I don't really know.
White takes?
White takes, I'm probably taking with the pawn, I want to say.
Some f4.
Yeah.
Bishop f3.
4, bishop f3. Yeah, I mean, all this f5 thing, like we probably know from some Marozzi setups and so on. It looks cool and so on, but like if white is minimally careful, it's kind of not bad for black, but also not very exciting, right?
Yeah,
it's not like you're all of a sudden getting attack or advantage of some sort.
Yeah, so maybe black should just sort of wait in some way.
But then I mean, you know, for white, it's strange. It's like compared to some normal positions, quote unquote normal positions, you would say white is lagging behind, right? The knight already has to be on c3, I don't know, rook on d1 and so on, and we just exchange the queens, for instance. But yeah, it should be good for black, but if black is just waiting, it's much easier to point out what useful moves for white are, because I will play knight c3, I will play rook d1, right? I will probably bring the king to e3. So you would think black needs to do something, maybe not urgent, but has to prepare some stuff.
Knight d7 maybe.
Knight d7, yeah, it looks like some sort of multi-purpose move, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you'll use it in many instances. Let's say knight c3.
Knight c5.
Knight c5, yeah, rook d1. Still not clear where the knight's going. Yeah? Also, at some point, we will have to answer, let's say, knight d5, bishop takes, one of the pawns takes. I mean, how is that, right? Like rook d1, even without rook d1. I mean, just to illustrate that, say, knight d5, black is not forced to take right now, but if he does, let's say, and we take with the c pawn. And this would be super comfortable for black, right? With pawn on b7. With pawn on b6, it's not necessarily the case, because bishop b5, bishop c6, or before knight moves, you go bishop a6, win the c file. So this subtle difference of pawn being on b6, not on b7, is clearly in white's favor, and the question is just how much, right? I mean, how problematic it is for black.
Yeah,
like probably you hold, like you go a5 and then somehow prepare for a3 before, so that it's not that painful.
Bishop
but
on
still,
b5
yeah,
will
you
be
put the
very
bishop on
annoying.
b5, you probably want to double like this, try a3 before.
Yeah.
So black is not enjoying these kind of positions. Yeah, that's the bottom line. Maybe to try to organize a6, b5 still, even though I don't know how to make it.
Maybe a6?
Yeah, like a6, knight c3, and try to double on the c file, right? But then once again, the question comes, how do we meet knight d5? Maybe taking with the knight, strangely. Because taking with the bishop, I still don't like it very much after c takes.
Well, especially
Because,
now a6 is hanging.
Now that
Yeah.
a6 is hanging, yeah, and the
Maybe
c
it's
file
not
is
really
challenged.
hanging actually. Rook c8, rook fc8.
Rook fc8,
Yeah.
and when I take, yeah, you're right. Because you win the c file, and if bishop a6, there is rook a7. Yeah, this is how it's done. This is how it's done, yeah. And then you win back the a2 guy, and probably doing fine.
And also usually when white plays knight d5 and black captures, white wants to take with c-pawn, right? Because in some cases ed5 is also...
Yeah, ed5 is also a move, of course. Right, I mean, I don't have like a clear answer on what you want. Yeah, I thought like taking with the e-pawn is much more common in the middle games, so that you put the rook on e1 and I don't know, try to push f4, and basically your queen is somewhere like on d2 easily accessing d4, and black's queen would be on c7, kind of cut off with the structure from the king side, right?
Right.
So that kind of adds this extra layer of ideas for white to come up with the king side attack. Here, maybe still playable, I don't know. But yeah, this is not as exciting as the other game, where knight c3 was played after c6. Okay.
Actually, we said this move. I think we mentioned this move.
But then we said that like it's nothing special, right?
For white.
For white,
After
yeah, because there is
d8.
queen d8. Maybe he takes f7, takes g4 after all, but who knows? Then we are back to. Maybe we are not entirely back to what was discussed. Bishop g5 is not possible because bishop f7, right? So in order to play bishop g5, you will have to take this guy. And this is something that we've discussed, right?
Yeah, it's exactly the same position, I think, right? Yeah. No, this is fine.
Queen g7 intermediate is not even attacking the rook.
Yeah,
I wanted to say bishop
Bishop
f6,
f6,
but it's not even attacking the rook, so you are free to take on a1 as well. Yeah.
So what is he planning after queen d8?
I don't know.
Maybe queen d2, what did we say there? Just knight g8.
Yeah, this knight g8 idea. Queen d8, queen d2.
First taking on b3.
We probably take on b3 somewhere, let's say here, and then knight g8, and for white it's not obvious. I mean, how do you continue from there? Because yes, rook h5 is an idea. I don't know, queen d1, so that you are saying if you take this guy, I'll take d6. Even this is not clear, right? Like queen f6 protects everything. Knight from c3 is cut off. There is there is check on e3, king g2 though.
There is no check.
Yeah, but maybe queen f6 is
queen
just
f6
good
looks
enough.
very fine.
Queen h6 might force the trade because queen takes e5, knight d2. How do you protect that? And it also, let's keep in mind that black is not looking for a checkmate, right?
Right.
He's looking for a perpetual check under the circumstances after having won game 1. You don't even need to look for a checkmate.
Maybe there is some inclusion of f6. Is it ever possible?
For white,
in this line, what was it? Queen d8? Queen d8, queen d2, takes here, then some f6, knight g8, f6.
f6, but if the pawn takes, it's not clear. The knight's getting trapped. When you can say we go
like sort
here,
of postpone it. I mean it.
Yeah, maybe I can still take it, but even if
yeah.
I cannot, right? I mean, this knight is hanging in the air. Queen d7 and so on. It's a very strange setup. It's a very, very strange setup.
Is it possible that he missed this knight g8 rook h5? No way, right? I mean, there are not so many black's ideas.
Yeah.
So.
It's really surprising. And even more surprising is the fact that Rapot is thinking.
I mean, maybe he is considering to take on b3 and go knight g8 immediately. Maybe.
But then the g4 pawn.
Ah, yeah, right. You're right.
G4 pawn.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I mean, you might take go queen d8 kind of threat.
So maybe he is thinking there's some difference.
If you want to take the bishop or not, yeah, maybe. Because let's say in one case you allow for this knight f7, queen g4. In the other, maybe not so much. Yeah,
right.
Queen d8 immediately. Yeah, he can actually. Now that the knight is on c3, he can actually take twice. Once again, I'm saying this like if it's something good, which I don't know, but yeah, at least. You know,
you mean there is no knight c2?
Ghosts, yeah.
I mean,
So we had knight on b1, pawn on c7, and then I thought, okay, black takes on c2, threatens the rook. You might have some perpetual with check, f6, and so on.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but yeah. Inclusion of knight c3 and c6 in this specific line should be in white's favor.
Yeah.
Okay, Richard. Take the bishop. It's hard to imagine black doing something else like so. It's basically take on b3 or go queen d8 immediately. Yeah, like with white having g3 played, it's never anything on this diagonal, right?
Yeah.
You just go king g2 because I was
course.
thinking like, yeah, queen a7 might be possible, right? Because bishop e3, I'll take on g5 first,
Right.
but king g2, and I can't really come up with any sort of follow-up to this. Knight on h5 is silly.
Yeah, there
So is
doesn't
it-
seem to be.
Yeah, like one move, okay, queen a7 creates a threat, but after king g2,
Yeah.
no real follow-up.
Okay, it's an important moment for him. I mean,
Of course.
it's
As any other moment in this
Yeah.
game, like he blitzed it out till queen d7, I'm guessing, and now he spent already like almost 50 minutes
in total. Yeah.
for two moves.
Yeah. He's about to make it. Really curious. Yeah, queen d8.
Queen d8 immediately, so he accepts. He accepts the capture on on f7, which is okay, I'm guessing. Queen d2. There is, you know what? There is an interesting. I thought, like, as an alternative, I still don't know what's so bad about
knight b3.
takes and knight g8 and rook h5. But as an alternative, it could be that this is all of a sudden is much more playable. Take here, go knight f3, takes and takes. So not really. King f2. Yeah, I thought like if I'm on time with knight g4, all of a sudden I might be interested, but not really, right?
Yeah.
King f2 and then take this guy. Check, king takes. Yeah. No, he should probably try to trap the knight, really. MBL's back. It's about time to start speeding up, right? Once again, the knight is hanging. Not that many options.
No, knight f7 is forced.
Knight f7 or queen
Seems to
d2,
be.
right? Again.
No, queen d2. I just don't
Queen
like
d2,
this.
Knight b3 and knight
Yeah.
g8. Yeah. Maybe there is something we don't see. Some knight e6 move for whatever reason. Like if you take with the pawn, then claiming that this is promising. I don't know if it's true. At least the queen is not. Well, actually, right. Queen b6. Yeah, somehow those pieces are very restricted, right? With c6 pawn and so on. So it's very hard to believe this will work. Anyway, that's such an interesting game, that one. Unlike, I'm sorry, but this time Andreikin and Geary prefer to keep it very solid.
Oh, he's still
b1.
thinking.
No move from Geary after knight b1. I mean, that's incredible how slow they are playing. But that means the responsibility, kind of the tension. Right? Anyway, if today it will be another draw, then tomorrow they will be forced to play faster. There will be a faster time control. Actually, so far we haven't had a chance to talk much about the tiebreak system. So it is. Okay, we avoided the most dangerous part, because during the Berlin Grand Prix I was terrified to learn that if more than 2 players share from the group,
what
like
happens
very complex system, like the round robin, and if in this round robin it's still equal, then I don't even remember how it's done. But it never happened, and hopefully never will. So now we are down to the usual, basically the usual World Cup system, right? So 2 players, one has to go out, one has to go through, and it followed up with 2 games, 3+2, and in case of a tie still, it will be this Armageddon with White having 1 more minute, Black having draws, and I think with an increment after move 60.
After move 60, yeah. It would be very stressful to have Armageddon in this situation.
Yeah. But still, I don't remember. I think we've discussed it, right? That like kind of playing for the knockout, like playing a tiebreak before the match is not that silly. Because
how you mean?
You just play a tiebreak before the match. And then, in case of a tie in a classical match, that one who won the tiebreak
we actually
wins.
haven't discussed it.
Yes, so maybe it was during Berlin then.
Actually haven't.
But that was, I think it was someone came up with this when, when there was a lot of draws in a World Championship match. There was one recent World Championship match when it was not the latest one, but I'm hinting obviously at Carlsen Caruana.
Of course.
It wasn't fightless match. I mean, Carlsen was completely winning game 1.
Game 1,
right?
Right.
Caruana came close a couple of times to win. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, for the for the spectators, when you see that they've played 12 games, they've played for a very long time, like 3 weeks or so, and everything is a draw, and then it's all decided in a rapid chess, one gets disappointed, right? And someone came with the idea that you could play the tiebreak before, it's kind of a warm-up. And then it's not the challenger who needs to win, it's not the champion who needs to win, but the one who lost the tiebreak basically needs to win in classical chess. Still classical chess, because we are playing the classical World Championship, right? So classical chess is still kind of counts for more. You are allowed to lose the tiebreak but win the match.
Right.
But it makes it interesting. I mean, first of all, we love watching tiebreaks, right?
Yes.
And then also, like when the result of a tiebreak is known, there is a pressure on the player, so he will be pushing in classical chess as well. There won't be like 20 moves draw, because okay, if the whole match is drawn, I'm losing on tiebreak.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's possibly to avoid, like some people would argue, I would win in 2 games and then I would have a free day.
Of course,
yeah. But that's that clearly avoids like those situations when a classical event is decided on some Armageddon game, and even like one guy. I mean, the worst case scenario, like one guy is getting a winning position and he's on 10 seconds. It's move 30, and we all don't know if so he's basically, his only task is to be fast and to make it to move 60. So this is certainly not how you want the decision in classical chess, right? Yeah. Okay, so MVL captures on f7 and g4 then, and we said that here by taking on b3 and going bishop g5, black has to have a very, very decent position. Is this true, though? I'm thinking of this f6
Yeah,
move.
now I also against
Thinking of this f6 move, I mean, how serious would it be?
But even gf6, I'm not sure what.
Gf6. Check and queen
Yeah, yeah.
e7. There is, yeah. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. I mean, I got scared that I will have to go here, right? But you have queen f7.
All right.
Then it should be. Then it should be fine.
And bishop g5 is also not the only move. Like
Yeah.
maybe bishop f6.
You can make an argument. Yeah. Just go bishop f6 and who knows? Maybe put the knight on g5 later. And it does look like a threatening bishop, the one on b3, right? But if you manage to kind of sidestep it from all the angles, like go knight g5, who knows? Go queen b6 if you're on time and castle long, whatever, or queen e7, castle long.
But I like bishop g5 more.
Yeah,
Somehow.
this is more forcing, and in a way, I want to say once again, knowing that draw is basically
Enough,
winning
yeah.
the match, yeah, it's hard to see what will stop black from going bishop g5, taking on c1 himself. Okay, not even waiting for white to take on g5. Go queen g5, and the resulting endgame, it's very hard to imagine white winning. Right, so at least opening-wise, we can argue that it worked very well for Rapport. It really worked very well. This doesn't look like a refutation of this suspicious line. Yeah, the problem nowadays is that as soon as this kind of a line pops up on a high level, in a couple of hours, everyone's going to know, yes, that there is this strange line, and the refutation is such, the computer shows it, and, or maybe not refutation, but something that kind of the recommended line, and white is better. So it has, and maybe this game is an illustration, right? It has very good surprise effect, right? Because it's not very likely that you've specifically repeated this line. Yeah, but as soon as it played once on high level, then everybody would memorize it. Let's quickly check the other one. Knight b1, finally Giri plays rook c5. So the whole debate apparently was, do I provoke b3, b4 or not? Right, because it clearly, rook c5 is clearly asking for b3, b4, the move that I've actually mentioned as one of white's ideas anyway. Well, knight c3, yeah, nothing wrong with knight c3 because it's not like black can stop b4 anytime soon. Other rook goes to c8, yes. And now...
Now white should decide what to do. I don't think b4 is
where the rook's
so
going is the question.
Rook c6, I thought.
Yeah, like rook c7 is not that good because knight b5. So rook c6. I mean, knight b5.
There is.
You have to go to a8. Right.
Yeah.
It's a little bit awkward. Maybe nothing wrong once again. Maybe b4 is such a, okay, according to Giri, b4 is such a weakening move that he doesn't mind to have, like for a couple of moves to have his pieces, awkwardly placed.
Maybe he's right.
Yeah, like going on the 5th rank is not the
scary.
case, right?
Yeah.
It's not the case. I mean, sometimes it would work. I remember, how was it? There was some strange English opening. The bishop would be on g2, so h5 was a safe square, and also the pawn wasn't on e4. And somewhere in the middle game, I managed to play like rook c5, rook to h5, kind of imitating that I want something on the king side. And obviously, that wasn't my intention. It was the rook on h5 went to support d6, d5 because they were kind of hard to get it from the any other angle. But there's like you go rook h5 and your opponent feels okay, it's time to react, and then you go d5 and equalize completely.
Actually, now I understood that it's possible to go to c7 because after knight b5 there's just rook d7 and again this rook a8 after knight
Ah,
h7.
yeah, you're right. So I take here and you just win the a-pawn back. Then it's much better. In much better version. Then indeed, of course, you go to c7. Okay, and then it's an interesting position there. Because white is sort of not on time. Because in this kind of positions, you'd like your king to be on d2. So that the knight is protected and the rook is protected, right?
Right, yeah.
And maybe you still have to do this and then go king f2, let's say. So that if a6 happens, you go, no, this way you don't win a tempo. Maybe knight d4. But then still, rook c7 and
d5.
Exactly what
Some d5.
d5 is already possible.
Yeah, or d5 actually.
d5 is already possible,
Yeah.
but rook c7, king goes, and here you can go d5,
here d5,
e5,
and just b5.
b5, b5. So exactly what I was saying. Like one tempo short with king on d2, it's fine. With king on e3, the rook on c1 is hanging. So there is some sharpness in the position, strangely. White's not forced to go b4 once again. He can start by going king f2, because here...
Maybe a6?
Still a6, b5, Still a6, b5. But I'm not even sure.
It's very difficult to say, let's say, which side to choose. I kind of change my opinion like every few seconds. Because like when I see the position, white seems to be like having more space and so on. But after this a6, b5, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, like you really look for a comfortable way of stopping it. If it is there, then white in the long run has more ways of improving the position, right? By dynamically, it's not that easy to stop unless you are fine going a4, which like king f2, a6, a4. But this is far from obvious, right? Because now even like a5, bring the knight to c5 and say it's a fortress, right? It's one of the possible ways.
Let's check other game.
Let's check the other game. Captured on b3 and thinking again. It's really not clear what's...
He did play
bishop g5, exactly. There was no reason not to, it seems, right? I mean, probably you could have done bishop f6, king e7 and stuff like that, but why? Bishop g5 seems to be quite a nice move. And then I just realized, I was kind of always perhaps keeping in mind that draw is a good result. I was in all the lines that we were looking at, I was taking on g5 with the queen. What happens if knight takes and then queen f6? And isn't black just playing for a win because of the h-file? I don't know. Like, I mean, bishop takes, just take with the knight, who knows? And then queen f6. It's not that white, okay, maybe white is on time, king g2 and rook h1.
No, but black is to choose, for sure.
Yeah.
It's not a
Feels
question.
like black is comfortable either way.
Yeah.
Black's comfortable either way. It's move 17. Both players are below 40. Okay, Rapport 40 minutes. MBL 36. It lost some complexity, the position. Okay, we know the structure. Well, we have exchanged a few pieces. So it's not necessarily like they are doomed to have a time trouble and so on. But at the same time, it might be like not that much play left. Like
Yeah.
if now bishop g5, queen g5, and white has to trade the queens, then maybe black is just super comfortable. And once again, remembering the draw is enough might be just it.
And also white doesn't have much, doesn't have any moves.
Yeah. Knight on c3 is bad.
Very bad.
Bad,
Yeah.
and then again, remember from yesterday, like, let's think where this knight is going to be good. And there is an obvious answer, it's e6, but how do you get there? How do you get there? There is no way. And like from obvious maneuvers like knight d1, knight d3, hard to say if you get there, and even if you do, what's changed? Yeah. What changed? Yeah, I think black's comfortable. We can safely say. Black's comfortable.
Yeah.
And Rihad might be the first. I mean, he's already the first player who qualified twice from the group, and he might be reaching his first final of the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've read it today somewhere on Facebook or something, or on Twitter, that Raput, in fact, is kind of underestimated by chess community, because we still have this image of someone with very sharp playing style, with very original, if not suspicious, openings,
Right.
and someone who is kind of unstable in his results. And if the guy is unstable and now on 2760 and adds some points in the process, right?
Yeah.
So he's approaching like top 5 or something.
Yeah. I actually checked yesterday.
Yeah.
He approached, maybe he's 7th currently.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. And if he's unstable, so that means not only downside but upside potential. Who knows? Maybe he'll make it to 2800 in a couple of tournaments.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we still think, okay, Richard Raput, okay, nice original player, but not there yet. Okay, he is there yet. He's there already and possibly moving forward.
And actually, he
What was that? And Wheel is not very happy with the horse on f7. I don't know what was the case, but he.
Yeah.
I mean, the rare case where you don't actually have to say anything because you can. Yeah, something with the horse.
Probably there is something under some hair. Or,
Yeah.
Strange.
But that was really an interesting and peculiar moment. Like,
And actually, I wanted to say that he is only one in this field who has never reached candidates, right?
Raput? Out of the 4 players
Out of these 4
left.
players
Yeah,
who left,
absolutely.
yeah. So it would be,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Okay. So even though, and we all touched the knight on f7, he's not planning to take it. He wouldn't mind, in fact, taking on f7, but that's why black exchanged the b3 bishop, right? So that the knight on f7 wouldn't be possible to take. I suggest one last visit to the quieter game.
Yeah. So
Which is this.
Andrei Kingiri, not
Quieter game is still quiet because Andreykin didn't make a move. Logical.
He's waiting to come to 36 minutes. Yeah.
Exactly. These guys there. Okay, I have a question. What if I'm smart enough to start with knight b5?
A6.
So that if you go a6, I go b4. And rook c6, I win with knight a7. So now black rook is forced to go on the 5th rank, right? To like e5, for instance. Could it be that this rook is in a bit of a danger? I mean, it's a genuine question, legit question. I'm not sure because like knight c3, you have this g5,
right.
yeah, and it's a strange piece to have on e5. Yeah, knight would have been better, right? But still.
G3 though. Yeah.
G3, yeah. Well, you might end up on e6, which is
Not what you want to do.
strange. Yeah.
Feels unnecessary.
Dream.
So instead of a6, I had to do that.
You probably have to go to a8, right? But then it's not a disaster, in fact. You go to a8, and if b4, now you go back to c8 maybe. Or still c6. Yeah, the thing after knight b5 is that I'm not threatening to take. I'm actually threatening b4, right? Because if I'm taking, it's still knight. So interestingly, is this possible? It's a very strange way of protecting a7, but like taking immediately allows rook a5, rook a2, right?
Yeah.
And after b4, the other rook goes to c8, and knight a7. We still have rook a8, rook takes. Yeah, maybe that's correct.
Also, b4 is a bit of a committal move.
Yeah,
you can't
absolutely.
put it, you can't take it back. So yeah, I'm not sure.
There should be the way of being solid, of course, for white. Yeah.
Okay, white can go knight b5 and let's say rook a8, knight c3 back. Maybe we can see some sort of repetition.
I mean, even this is not a disaster, right? A6, you're not forced to run into this b5 stuff. I mean, you can go, let's say, here and move the. Actually, rook. I mean, I know it's ugly, but rook b1 just to sidestep, and how can black support b5 is yet to be seen. And then king goes again. If anything, knight can go to b2 to protect c4. So probably white is like not risking much really, if he wants to be careful. Yeah. All right. Yeah. We were reminded we have players' stats, but what is there anything like Andreikin and Giri? No results yet, only been draws, right? If I remember, they haven't played.
So it was 5 and now it's 6 because of yesterday.
Of yesterday's game, yeah. So all draws, no blitz games recorded, and only one rapid.
Right.
For the other pair, it used to be like heavily in MVL's favor, 3-0, I think, in classical chess with 5 draws. Now it's 3-1.
But I believe all those games were pretty old, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, like MVL is older.
Yeah.
He's like in the very top for quite some years.
Yeah.
So apparently let's say he played it as the favorite, right?
Yes.
It's
exactly.
well, not exactly the same, but somewhat similar is, the common belief that Nepomniachtchi has a better score against Carlsen, right? Because at least half of those games that Jan Nepomniachtchi won against Carlsen, they were played when they were kids.
Yeah,
they were both kids.
But is there some statistics? I didn't check if now the score has been changed or.
I mean,
in Magnus'
apparently
favor.
It was, right? I mean, you win the match +4, so.
All right, yeah. All right,
so
right.
Yeah, now Magnus isn't plus for sure.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking. Wait a second. Who are the players? Kiri, Andreikin, and Wiel and Rapport. I have to say, I mean, I can claim that I'm in plus with the field. I've lost to MVL once, and I won against Andreikin once, and once against Rapport. Like all of those games played like ages ago.
Nice. And all of them were classical.
Yeah, but no, I mean seriously, like those do not count really, because with Rapport I played when he was 24, 80, talented international
but
master.
still.
I mean it's nice to come up with such like I'm in plus with this, I'm in plus with that. But yeah. It just shows that sometimes those stats are not very relevant.
Yeah.
King f2, okay, so still after a6 it's not too late to do knight a4, knight b2, or knight a4, move the rook, right? a6. I'm not sure if it will be played, by the way. Yeah, king f2 is a sane move anyway. So eventually, as I said, you probably end up having the king somewhere here.
Yeah.
And I think for b4, and if you want to say play b4 and then advance, or play b4 and go knight d5 here, not only the king is on d2, but quite possibly the rooks have to be like this, like on b1, c1. Because in the Maroczy as well, it's interesting that you are tempted first to put the rooks like this on d1, c1, but then when you go b4, it turns out that the rook on d1 is not doing all that much.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the case that white actually puts, in that case, rook a1 to b1. Yeah, and
Right.
the other one to c1. a6 played, yeah. a6 played by Giri. And then let me check one more time. MVL and rapport king g2. Okay, allowing for rook h1, apparently.
No, just bishop c1 and queen g5, I think is...
Bishop c1, let's say, I don't know which rook takes, maybe not so important. Once again, queen takes g7 doesn't create a threat.
That's very important, actually, yeah.
Yeah, queen g5. I wonder, maybe queen e2, maybe keeping the queens is the point. Because like trading and going what? Going rook h1, there is king e7. I don't see much of a trouble for black.
This knight on g5 is very strong.
Yeah, the knight is amazing. Controls e4 and b4 is the threat. And also, like, I mean, probably there is better way for white to do it, but if he goes b4 here, you can also make an argument for taking and going a5, for instance, right?
Yeah.
5 and so on. Once again, looks very comfortable for black.
No, it's a must-win situation, so probably he wants to keep queens. I mean, of course, not always, but since this endgame is obviously nothing special for white.
Yep. All right, so here, at least it's clarified, black got the piece back, and so on, right? And for now, we don't think it's any problem for Raput, but move 18, still potential time trouble in front of us. For Andreikin and Giri, well, I really don't know what happens. I have hard times predicting, but it might easily reach the time control and go on, right? They might repeat. They might repeat. They might agree a draw in 30, but potentially we are here for a long game. So once again, now it's been 2 hours and a quarter, and I think the next checkpoint is after the time control, which potentially is 3 hours 40.
Right.
So I hope you guys excuse us if we run away for a bit and then come back, stay till the end of the time control, right? Stay tuned.
Right.
It's second game of the semifinals. So a lot of stuff will be decided today.
First game of the semi-final here at the second leg of the Grand Prix in Belgrade has finished. The game between Richard Rapport and Maxime Shirlegrave, and Richard won that game. It almost seems as a little repeat of Berlin, where in the semis both games were decided. We'll see what happens in the second one. Richard, let's start with you. What's your take on the game, and what was the key moment?
Okay, of course it's very nice to be on the winning side of it, unlike in Berlin. But you know, I mean, it's basically speaking, just Maxim made, I think, a big inaccuracy in the opening. I mean, the line objectively, which I've played, is extremely harmless, and it could have easily happened that the game ends in a very short draw. So I feel like I've gotten lucky there, and after that, okay, I kind of held on to the advantage, and then I had this trick which he missed, I think, with rook c7, fe4, d6 check, and after rook c7 there was no way back, basically.
Maxime, you've heard the assessment from Richard. What do you make of it, and what's your take on the game?
Obviously, it's a disappointing result. I maybe went a bit too early into this e5, d5, knight d4 complications. I thought this would be good for me. And then after bishop d2, there was no way back, and I couldn't find a move to keep the position the way I wanted. And then I mean, little by little, I just couldn't find any way back, and I just lost. So obviously, it's disappointing. At the same time, you know, there's another game tomorrow. I'll definitely be ready for a big fight and try to win and reach the tiebreaks.
How will, if anything, and again, to the extent that you can say, how will your preparation for tomorrow's game change in the light of the fact that you lost today?
I mean, obviously, maybe there's going to be, you know, more fight on the board tomorrow, but I would definitely have tried to win in any case, except maybe if I had won this game today, but I was far from it. Definitely be up for a big fight. I would have been in any case, and yeah, there will be no short draws, that's all I can say.
Richard, just the same question for you, but from a different perspective. And Maxime, you can weigh in on this as well. Obviously, you're both very experienced, and you won a lot of events. It's one thing to deal with a loss, but it's also when you win and are on the brink of something important. Some people find it difficult to manage the excitement or to hold the euphoria. How do you deal with that, so to speak? I'm not suggesting that this today.
Yeah, the way you put it, you know, life is very difficult, yes, because when you lose, it's hard to deal with it. When you win, it's hard to deal with it. Yeah, when you draw, tension is still on. So, I mean, obviously, yeah, like.
But you understand that aspect, like people.
Yeah, but obviously, I mean, I'm in a better position than I was when I woke up today morning. Yes, so that's all I have to say. I mean, we'll see, of course, how tomorrow goes. It can still turn completely around, but yeah, of course, I mean, I cannot be. Over depressed about this, yeah, of course.
Maxime, you have anything to add to this?
No, I mean, we are experienced chess players. There's a reason why, you know, we play the way we play. I mean, we are used to, you know, winning. We are used to sometimes losing, even if, you know, we don't like it, but it does happen. So, I mean, I've always been able to rebound after a loss. I've actually come back in some matches, so, you know, I do feel bad about the game, but, you know, there's no reason to lament on it. That's just, you know, wait for more fight tomorrow.
All right, well, I'll leave you to prepare for your big fight tomorrow. Thank you both so much, and good luck to both of you tomorrow.
Thank you.
We go out into the streets thinking we know it all. We travel to new sites thinking we have a plan. But then something changes. We discover there is more to this world. Every love story begins with the first look. Our love story began a long time ago when two rivers, the Danube and the Sava, first met under the Kalamagdan hill. Their convergence made the foundation for a city which has been growing for more than 24 centuries. Belgrade's riverbanks keep attracting people to this day. It is a city of many languages, raw emotions and rich flavors. The streets are filled with open people, full of conversation and hospitality. Its architecture represents its inhabitants. Markings of various epochs are toppled next to each other, from the ancient medieval fortress all the way to the theaters, museums, modern clubs. Belgrade has it all. It is a city made to be discovered, flourishing with life, always awake. And all you need to fall in love is just one look. Visit Belgrade. Feel its love.
back with the second games of the semifinals, day 2 of the semifinals. Some development, mostly in more unexpected way, perhaps in Andreikin against Giri, right? So for Emwiel and Rapport, the moves that looked logical were played. Still, we think Rapport does absolutely fine. Here in this game, Andreikin allowed b5 at some point, like going knight b2. Maybe there was no way of stopping b5. b5, then a funny move, rook a1. I don't know, perhaps he felt like a2 pawn will need protection in some cases. It's understandable you want to move the rook away, right? So unpinning the c pawn. But why exactly a1 remains to be seen. B takes, knight takes, and the last move was rook c5, so preventing knight a5, possibly wants to go d6, d5, opening center even further. And the way Andreikin spends time, like last few moves, maybe he's a little bit under pressure, feels a little bit under pressure. So d5 being an idea, well, in some cases maybe a5 being an idea, like a5, a4, hoping the white cannot take, then exchange on b3.
So rook f d1.
Rook f d1. Not stopping d5, but kind of making it less attractive, right? If you go d5, at least white rook is on the open file then.
But what happens after d5 anyway?
d5, pawn takes, and I don't know, knight takes, right? Or, yeah, knight takes perhaps, and this
knight
or this.
takes.
I wonder if he can just try to make a try to make a draw approach, like go knight e3.
But even takes on e3 and rook e5, how is that?
It's not a draw, you mean? Check. And this is actually a loss after rook c2, very likely.
Yeah, possibly. Right.
Yeah, I think he just loses, right? Rook c2, rook e1, a5. Is the idea to go bishop a6, king f1, you take.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. And let's show this
This
line.
nice,
This line
actually.
till the end. Yeah, bishop a6, rook a1. Then you take the pawn after king f2. You can trade everything.
Yeah.
And the pawn endgame with extra pawn. Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah. Just take.
And how is it? I mean, white.
e5, f5.
Right. Okay.
It's a pawn.
Ask, yeah.
It's a pawn.
Okay. So
well,
a5.
Black decided to keep the tension, to go a5, not to rush with this. Maybe he's right.
Actually, a4 is kind of a threat. Yeah. Oh no, there is knight b6. No.
Knight b6
Yeah.
is, yeah, indeed. Maybe that's the reason why d5 wasn't that cool.
Possible.
So he starts with knight, d5, he starts with knight b6, attacking the rook, and then he takes on d5, takes again, and maybe goes rook d2 at the end, and
Right.
just a draw. So a5 kind of keeps the tension. d5 might be played later, might not be played at all. It also makes it a little bit annoying for white, kind of making moves when there is no straight up threat, right? I just thought to mention that rook d2, black already might consider this. Pawn takes, knight takes, and when the king goes, you take, you go d5, open the file. So it's still not obvious what's the evaluation of this, right? d5, knight e3, and potentially white still has the passed pawn here, but it's, you know, how the position is imbalanced and also not, I mean, cannot be in white's favor possibly. So it's either black has the advantage or it's equal. I don't think white ever gets the advantage in a situation like this.
Maybe instead of rook d2, there is rook d4.
Yeah, rook d4 is possible. But still, the feeling is like we are not really fighting for this, for the c file, right? So we are kind of trying to defend. Andreikin went knight e3. So moving the knight away, maybe planning for bishop c4. Yeah, maybe it's not so, maybe nothing dramatic in fact. Knight e3, and then if bishop c4 happens,
Yeah.
guards all the pawns, stops d5 for now. Yeah, realistically, it's hard for black to have something serious. The thing is, I think if we rewind back and speak about these structures, a6 b5 is of course one of the key ideas, but it only brings black the advantage in few cases. I mean, knight on c3, pinned, and then like when white takes on c4, you have to take with the pawn. Here it's not even guaranteed, but
Yeah.
yeah, like, you end up with the weak pawn on c4. That's one case. The other case, if something like this, some structure like this happens, is that when the queens are on the board, so then let's say you go d5, you exchange, and then yeah, you still have the queens, and you know this argument that the passed pawn will not matter that much, and the fact that black has kind of more pawns on the king side,
Right.
potentially the king is a little bit weak, which is once again not the case here. So I don't think d5 is the bad move for black. I mean, yeah, probably black can play d5 and be happy. It's just that I don't think this is like any sort of advantage, right? I mean, you play some modest moves, rook d4, rook d2, then some rook b1, a3, b4,
Yeah.
maybe. So black's never worse, of course. Yeah, e6, and even if this pawn gets to b5, you don't really care. The bishop is too powerful. But also, like realistically, to play for the win with black is very hard to imagine.
And also I wanted to ask, how would be the position if black chose not to take on c4, but b4 instead? Because that was an interesting option.
Somewhere here. But maybe that's an explanation why rook a1. Yes, so when you go b4, he's prepared for a3.
Yeah, then it makes sense.
Yes, so that's why rook a1 and not, say, rook d1 in this position.
No, because if black goes knight d7, knight c5, he will be, of course, fine, right?
Yeah, those are also known setups, right? I mean, so b4, knight on c5, and so on. Sometimes even like going e5 and then this knight goes to e6 and d4. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of arrows doesn't explain anything. But yeah, that's a nice thing to mention. I mean, first of all, yeah, b4 does exist, and perhaps because of b4, this rook went to a1.
So black can't push a4, right? That would be met by b4, actually, yeah. Or takes.
Even
both
takes,
are possible.
I mean, we could say that, I mean, this is how black might be better. Another scenario how black is better, right? Like a2 pawn is weak and so on. But after rook a5, bishop b5 happens and so on and so forth. So it's probably not an easy, maybe bishop a6 now that I'm thinking. I was thinking bishop c6 runs into rook c1.
There is
maybe this, knight c4 I can still take. Yeah, that's. So the argument is like if black can return the pawn comfortably, he might be better, right? Like win this and leave white with the pawn on a2, a3 somewhere. So this a pawn might be sort of a weakness more than a passed pawn.
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed. And of course, you're absolutely right that b4 is the move as well. Yeah, b4, who knows what's that.
But maybe black should try to somehow prepare a4.
I think the knight is not ideal. So like imagine, say, rook being on b8, knight being on c5, and then like you go bishop c6 and you look for a4. Maybe that's the setup. But then again, setup is clear, but how to achieve that? Or knight to b6, like knight d7, knight b6, and a4, maybe something like that. Because one more time, I mean, if you leave the c file, white immediately plays rook c1. So he's not against exchanging pair of rooks, two pairs of rooks. I think it's just balanced, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like a bit more pleasant for black. Well, if anything, this allows knight f5, right? Because I was thinking, Yeah, one more time. E6 wouldn't be bad. E6 with the king on E7,
Yeah.
and then G5 and even H5. You know, sometimes this is also how you make progress in such
Yeah.
positions. You expand on the king side, kind of trying to create a second weakness. Here, it's all problematic because E6 drops D6, G5 allows knight F5.
Yeah, maybe knight d7, just I like
Yeah,
it.
it's like knight D7,
D7.
and then see where it goes. Maybe E5, maybe B6, maybe rook moves, you go to C5. Yeah, but overall, it doesn't seem that even if black succeeds, he's not like winning anything immediately, right?
Yeah.
So like in this D5, absolutely silly, so he just tries to trade the pieces and allows A4 and ends up having 4 versus 3 rook endgame, still a draw.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So I think, yeah, that's very likely a draw at the end. Yeah, this game can be played and played for long, but very likely a draw at the end in the tiebreak tomorrow.
Right.
Let's see if MVL will have any chance of achieving a tiebreak tomorrow. How does the king get to C? Because it was a castle long. Yeah, interesting. We switched to Rap with an MVL. Exchange on C1, Queen G5, Knight F2, swap here, Knight G5 back to F2, castles long. Castles long perhaps to have King B7 as the answer to
Covering
K1.
A6, yeah.
C4 and King C7, interestingly. So he doesn't mind being under this pin because perhaps CB5 always answered with AB5. Rook H1. Now B takes C4. B takes C4. Okay.
I have to say that it's a bit strange from Rapport to go. I mean, he went Queen F6 and then move later. He took on C1 and then went Queen G5, and he could have done it at once.
Yeah,
So,
a bit of a surprise.
But still, of course, it should be completely fine. So
A5. Yeah, sometimes this, sometimes Rook B8. Still seems like black is fully comfortable. Specifically, wait a second. If I take, I have a question. If I take, and go Rook H1, you probably have to take because moving the rook, allowing Rook H5 is not something we want.
Right.
So takes. I'll never be on time, right? I mean, I was thinking, like, okay, King B6, for instance, King goes, King C5. Yeah, black is like miles ahead.
Yeah, some G4, King G3, King
Yeah.
H4,
That's what I was
far.
thinking, but like it's so long.
Yeah.
It's so long that quite possibly you can simply take. Not to mention that you can find some clever square so that G5 and then you take B2 and so on. Yeah, it's awkward actually. It's awkward, but there has to be the way. Yeah, you go here, G5 you take. And then F6 you take with the knight. I mean, to avoid any kind of passed pawns stuff, you take with the knight. If this, knight F6, once again, it's very hard to believe that white's going to promote. The A pawn is actually running. Okay, that's a weird line, of course. Yeah, white probably shouldn't be going for this, but at least it was making some sense.
But how can he try to play for something?
Not even sure. The knight on F2, like it guards the pawn, but at the same time, it would be nice to challenge this knight.
Maybe he should just try to change one rook, so he doesn't worry about this H file.
Yeah, but then Rook B8. Maybe Rook B8 and then he goes Rook. No. I'm not sure how to do it. C5, even D5 is possible. I'm asking myself, what's wrong with white's position? I mean, why any single line that we look at works for kind of works for black? Actually, Rook A1. Rook A1 hitting this.
Rook H1, he's planning to take with?
Yeah, rook h1, I think rook takes precisely. And then you're not, because, yeah, rook b8, already rook h5 happens.
Yeah.
So black shouldn't be capturing. Rook a1 and king b6, where MVL quickly goes rook d1. For some reason he's happy to have this position. Rook d1, not exchanging. Well, it's actually tricky.
White can go rook d3.
Yeah, rook d3, rook b3 is
so
sort of a threat.
that's a threat.
Rook d3, rook b3 is sort of a threat. So the question is if black ever goes king c5 after check goes king c4 and survives, right? So you can probably prepare, well, it's not that much of a preparation that you can do because rook a8, rook takes d6.
Actually, rook d1 is a very smart move.
Yeah, and the way MVL played the move, and all the gestures. Like he played the move, he stood up from the board.
Yeah.
Usually, this kind of an attempt to show your opponent. And now I have you. Yeah, after rook b1. Yeah, go figure what to do. Yeah, because I think my position is good, right? Rook h6, rook h8 doesn't really threaten anything. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. Maybe he should. Yeah, I can't. Maybe rook d7. What did we see on rook d7, and then to go rook a8. Try to
d7 if rook d3, rook a8.
Looks very weird.
Yeah, but there is also. I mean, first of all, there are like checks and stuff, but there is also this debate that the moment you leave the h file, he always has this rook h1, rook h5. This is not necessarily that good, but who knows, right? Rook h5, knight f7, and then maybe protect it for now.
No, knight is free to move. No, this is not.
And then g pawns coming. It's hard to say again. But at least it starts to be not without a chance for MVL. And one more time, just to double check, rook h6, let's say rook h5, h6, something. Why I didn't like rook h6 because knight g4 becomes a thing. Then even like taking on e5 using the pin.
No, there is also some c5.
Yes, e5.
And then e5 will be hanging after king.
c5, but e5 is already hanging like this, right?
Yeah, right.
Or you can, you're right. I mean, you can actually do this, give a check, take e5, and claim your pawn up, and it's a legit claim. And the thing is that there is no guarantee that you have a threat. It's a check, king f1, and what's then, right? So knight h3 and so on. So it's like searching for. So a few moves ago, we would say black is absolutely solid and everything. Now we are searching for a way to actually make a draw, get counter chances. So there've been some shift, clearly. What does Robert do now? And rook d3 is serious, in fact.
Also, rook d1 is a very weird move, and it might have been missed very easily. You don't expect this rook to go to h1 and shift.
Yeah, so it was kind of opposition of these rooks all the time. Yeah, king c7. Could he do something better? Not clear. This bc4 is not obviously a good move. Captured and went a5, and then after rook a1. Yeah, a5 is hanging, right?
No, king b6 looks forced.
King b6 looks more or less forced.
But it might not be.
d5, like, still rook h5, right? I mean, I was thinking, let's take and go like d5 or something. But then, Yeah, white takes twice and goes rook here. And the moment we go knight f7, it's all of a sudden doesn't look that great, right? Rook h7 and white wins the pawn. Also f5 pawn's very strong.
Yeah.
Problematic position for Rapport. 14 minutes left as well. The moment he felt and we felt that the position is more than fine, yeah, maybe this little kind of, you know, human brain tends to relax when you think the worst is over.
Yeah.
Kind of problem solved and so on. That's why I keep saying, like, chess is in fact unnatural brain activity, because like normally when you're doing some job, I mean, connected with some calculation and so on, you tend to mix moments of high concentration and then you can relax, right? Moments of high concentration and then you can relax. In chess, you played like 40 brilliant moves, then with move 41, you've blundered the rook, and here goes your previous concentration. So you always have to keep focused.
Right. And it's very cruel.
Yeah, it's cruel, yeah, especially. And that's what separates it from kind of other games, I'm guessing, like sportive games. It's like football, and it's 80th minute, and we are up 3-0, right? I mean, the match is over.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, you can be up a rook just to blunder a queen or something. On many levels. I mean, it's on beginners levels, you can never, on beginners level, I mean, it can shift upside down also. On
No, it's very
level.
complex. It's probably the most complex sport, I would say. Okay, of course, it can't be compared to this classical physical sports, but it's so complex. Like, yeah. So rook h7.
Rook h7. So he does try to double on the h file, I would guess.
Yeah, but what happens after this c5? No,
c5 or rook d3.
Or rook d3, yeah.
Because, as I'm saying, I'm not even... yeah, probably this has a threat of going check, and the rook on a1 is... Yeah, maybe that's an explanation. So rook d3 would be somewhat naive. But really, like c5, you can't take like this, the rook's hanging. Going back to c7 doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, I don't know if it's good news, but these are certainly news. We have...
Perhaps a draw?
I thought, yeah. I mean, it's clearly the discussion is on. The result is not yet official, but clearly Andreikin and Giri, they're discussing something. They've reached, not only that, but they've had a repetition. So there's bishop c4, knight b6, and back to f1, and back to c4. So it's a draw, means 2 draws, and the tiebreak tomorrow is confirmed. Dmitry Andreikin and Anish Giri will be deciding who of those two goes to the final tomorrow in a tiebreak mini match. Let's see. So I was right with my tiebreak prediction. Let's see, because it's not impossible that we will have 2 tiebreaks.
Right, and I have to ask you. I mean, do you think there is a certain player who is a favorite? I mean, which one you would
Andreikin and Giri?
Yes.
Not sure, really. Not sure. I think Anish lately has improved a lot in, I mean, which is weird, weird thing to say about the play of top 10, basically, right?
Yeah, of course.
But there was a point in his career when he was considered like a very strong classical player, not so strong rapid player and blitz player. So now he improved a lot, of course. But still consider him to be a favorite. Yeah, well, probably. So I would go like this, like since rapid comes first, so he's probably a favorite in rapid and slight underdog in blitz.
Yeah,
so since rapid comes first, so probably he's a favorite, right, to win the title.
Right. So we still couldn't find anything after c5, right?
Yeah, c5 seems to be, as a winning material.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
not necessarily I'm ready to say winning the game, but
Of course.
kind of winning material. Right? This and rook e5, the simplest kind of way. I don't know, by the way, if the king goes to b6, but let's for now assume it does. It's tricky.
Okay, black probably doesn't want to take on e5. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this is
I mean,
something really sad. Now, I was thinking, can we try to trap this rook somehow? But it has too many, okay, too many being one square, but in some cases one is enough, right?
right.
So I was thinking, like, you're not even forced to have the rook on d8. Like, you can double, and then taking on d6 allows knight f7.
Okay, this is something.
This is something, yeah. Once again, I'm not sure about the resulting position because white has
2 pawns.
You know, 2 pawns and so on, but at least there is a chance, sort of. So one more time. c5 takes a check here, king b6, rook takes e5, say rook h8. But the thing is, you're seemingly not forced to take. You can go rook e7. And this check happens to be one check, just that. Maybe, I don't know.
No, this looks bad.
Yeah, that's
G7
exactly
is hanging
like
D6.
G7's hanging, D6 hanging, and black's counterplay is very limited. I mean, you've gotten there, you gave a check on h2, but then like nothing happens next, it seems.
Yeah.
All right. So I believe we'll have a press conference with the players anytime soon. Yeah. So we'll just pay attention to the live screen. If they pop up, that means they'll be interviewed. But for now, yeah, it's all on MBL. C5 seemingly being a very promising move.
I mean, there might be something stronger. I'm just trying to understand. With c5, he played something?
Rook d3.
Rook d3.
Rook d3 we've mentioned as an attempt to probably like go there without going c5. Yeah. Okay, so now I can clearly see that there is this move. You can't take d6 because check, right?
Yeah, you can just
take on f2, take on e4.
Ah, yeah.
So if king g1, king f1, you actually lose to rook h1 as well. So
That's what I saw, and then
but
there's
king
this.
king g1, how? Looks like too many options. Knight e4 with the idea to go rook h1, or rook f2. I don't see how
Just
rook f2 doesn't work. Yeah.
So we have a press conference
with Andreikin and Anish Giri, and we will be back to MVL and Raport as soon as the press conference is finished.
Great. We have Dmitry Andreikin and Anish Giri with us, who just finished their second game of the semi-final. As the previous game, this one ended in a draw as well. In this case, Dmitry was white and Giri was black. So, Dmitry, do you want to start us off?
Okay.
What's your comment on the game?
I prefer fat move b3. It's a rare move, not a novelty, of course. For example, Kramnik won a game against Grishuk in Candidates tournament in 2016. Maybe I forgot a line because after knight b1, Anish played knight e4, very strong move, and position is acquired immediately. Maybe Kramnik played rook c2 for first, and next move queen a1, and after it, knight b1, knight c3. I analyzed this position some times ago, and this is a little bit better for white. But anyway, all pieces on board, and it is very interesting tension position. I want to fight today, but okay, in the game, I didn't want to change the queens, but I didn't have a choice, because if I not play e4, black can play d6, d5, and structure, pawn structure is immediately drawish. So after e4, white have a small advantage. I think it is space advantage, but okay, really it is drawish endgame. I thought I'd play smart, provocated to Anish to play b5, because in structure when I have two pawn A and B against A, maybe if I can change rooks, one pair rooks, it will be better for white, will real chances, but in the game black had some initiative, and okay, it's a logical repetition, because if I change a knight immediately, black bishop stay on d5, maybe it is better for black already.
Okay, so you had no choice then there. Anish, from your perspective.
Yeah, I was Vladimir Kramnik second at the time, and yes, tortured in this position. So I had to look at it a lot with him. It was a very interesting experience. But yeah, the way the game happened, we traded a lot of pieces. It should normally be good for black. At least it depends how, depends of course. But I thought, to be honest, I was ambitious very early on already, like a little ambitious. I thought I felt that the way he traded allows me this queen g5 at some point, provoking a weakness, and I thought I could be on a good side of equality already, because I do think if I get the b5 break in the right version, I could be on a good side of equality, and maybe not. I just felt that, and then I was kind of also happy with the b5, because I didn't see the danger the way Dmitry describes it. Of course, there is outside passman, but I just thought quite the opposite, that let's say my one pawn controls the two, it's very far from pushing b4, and in the meantime I will have 4 against 3 on the king side, and we'll have a little plus. But of course, I guess probably it is just completely equal all the way, probably. Though, to be honest, I felt when knight was on b2 that somehow, I don't know, maybe I was too optimistic, but I felt black maybe has some small edge, but maybe not at all, I don't know. In any case, I thought it was comfortable for black, and I thought the safety margin is very big, because in these positions where, like, if white gets everything he wants, with the Marossi, it basically comes from Marossi structures from the, and it's like there are such positions, and even if white gets everything, as far as I know, it should be okay for black, like slightly worse only. And I had like a very good version because he was not yet consolidated. So I thought that like I should be very fine. But okay, I'll have to analyze. Very, like, you know, when it's so close to equality, it's very hard to say who is on the good side, because I think it's very close to equality.
But obviously 2 games, 2 draws, very touchy moment, very important, very high stakes. How are you both feeling about tomorrow? How will you approach the... obviously tomorrow is going to be a different tempo. You're going to play 2 rapid games, and after that, if it's still equal, 2 blitz games, and then Armageddon. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Dmitry, do you want to start?
Great feeling. I hope it will be interesting, funny, and maybe Anish a small favorite now because he had too many practice last time. Yes, and Magnus Carlsen series. It's very important. But okay, I will try to show my best and normal sleep, a little bit prepare, some walking.
What about you, Anish? How will you?
Yeah, I think the match was very interesting so far. Yesterday, both of us had chances. I had bigger plus objectively, but at the same time, also he had opportunity in the end game. As I checked later, there were some things I missed in the end game where actually black can really press. So yeah, that was a very interesting game. Today was a bit more quiet, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the tiebreak. I think Dmitry was. He once went to the final of the World Cup after winning all the tiebreaks, and I would think I'm actually an underdog. But as Dmitry mentioned, I already played a lot of practice in the Magnus Tour, and I think my rapid improved. So I think now, I think I should be able to give a good fight, and it's going to be interesting. Of course, it will be decided by, each game is different.
Of course, and then by the moment. And let me say, before both you mentioned the favorite and the underdog, generally, would you rather be considered, I'm not talking about tomorrow, but in general when you play, would you rather be considered as the favorite or the underdog? Which is more comfortable for you? Anish?
I think it depends on my general feeling and general state of mind. Because when I'm in a pessimistic state of mind, I feel that both are bad. When I'm an underdog, I feel pressure because I face someone who is allegedly better. And when I'm a favorite, I feel a lot of pressure because I feel I have to win. And if I don't, what will everyone say? So when I feel like uncomfortable in general, then these two things bother me. But when I feel good, then I don't care about either. When I'm underdog, I think, okay, there's only something to win, and when I'm a favorite, I think that, well, looks good because I'm
Only
a favorite.
something to confirm.
Yeah, so I think it's more like a general state of mind. For me, it's not about underdog or favorite. No.
For you, Dmitry, would you rather be? Are you
Okay,
more
for
comfortable
me-
as an underdog or as favorite?
For me, maybe to be underdog a little bit comfortable. Really, it's not very important, but maybe because, for example, in last World Cup, I lose in rapid games against Evgenij,
Our
Serbian
local player,
yes,
yeah.
Grandmaster, for example. So, okay, it's not very important. No.
Well, thank you both, and good luck then tomorrow. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Studio.
Okay, so 2 draws in the tiebreak tomorrow for Andrekin and Giri, right? And MVL might have a chance to come back, so that would mean 2 tiebreaks. He's a pawn up already, however black seemingly has some counterplay. So all eyes on MVL and Rapud. C4, C5 check was just played by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I think black doesn't have, yeah. D takes C5.
Yeah.
Played quickly. And then the whole question is, yeah, white's pawn up, right? Rook what?
Rook
A6 check. Does it mean that he has calculated something like till the very end? Or?
No, probably he just didn't want to allow this entrance of the king on c5.
Yeah, because we were, while Giri
Yeah.
and Andrekin had the press conference, we were discussing, like king c5 and some possibilities for crazy lines like king d4 and so on.
Right.
So he shuts down this c5 square, gives a check. So now, the question is where the king's going. I mean, you can choose modest king c7, but then after this check, white can take on
is
g7.
falling.
Right.
Ah, but there is rook h1.
Yeah, but where do you go?
King.
It's like b6 perhaps, right? And then he gives a check maybe? King b5 and some rook a3. So this is hanging. Rook b7 is sometimes a threat, especially it's a threat after knight d4, because it's a checkmate on c3, right? And the knight on f3 is hanging, and so does the g7 pawn.
No, actually, in that line, it's possible to go to d6 with king. Instead of king d5, where was it? Yeah, king d6, and then rook d1, there's a knight d4.
Rook d1, ah, yeah.
And then rook h1 will still be a threat after
Knight
rook
d4,
g7.
yeah, there is a threat of rook h1. That's fair. Yeah, so king c7 is one option. The other, the crazy option I thought was to go to b5 after this check. Probably king c4 runs into rook c6, but you can try king b4, keeping this one attacked. Knight d3, king c4 now, and who knows? Maybe it's maybe it's black who is winning now because the knight is threatened, and also all of a sudden all black pieces join the attack. So it's still very messy. Move 35. I guess they'll reach the time control inevitably, and yeah, what seemed to be like possibly the shortest game might be not so short, right?
But actually, it's very important where he goes now.
Yeah.
It's probably the key decision.
Yeah, speaking of long, short games, I don't think this game will be long by the number of moves, because the position it feels like it will be sorted out within the next 10 moves, 15 moves maximum. It's just that, if you reach the time control, you get half an hour, you probably spend it right here, because trying to calculate what's the best chances.
Right. So let's check one more time.
So c7 or b5, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's go to c7. Is there kind of a quiet move for white? Not really sure.
Actually, he went to b5.
He does go to b5. Okay, making it even more entertaining. I mean, you can always give this check. Ah, no, but this check simply repeats the position. You
Yes,
go to
yes,
b6,
yes.
yeah. Which you might do once in order to
Gain time.
get the increment, yeah. Yeah, but how does white win if he wins?
Okay, so yeah, go on.
No, I just wanted to say, like, it feels like almost a checkmate, but
Yeah, exactly.
it's not even clear how do you checkmate the king, right? I mean, on c4 it's probably safe. So taking control over c4 first seems like the luxury white cannot afford,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
knight d2 is there, and
Yeah.
many things. Black might actually play c4 himself, like
Yeah,
very next move, and then check on a5, you go to b4. If any other thing, you go to c5. Maybe that's a good chance for Rapport. Maybe he's done the right thing.
And what if white goes rook a7, let's say?
Okay, 7. So this is
Yeah, just to attack the g7. Okay, he actually gave check, so it's... Ah, no, he didn't. What did he play?
1 to a4. Rook 1 to a4.
No, I think it's a mistake, because we can see it on the board that it's check, right?
Rook is not on a4.
Yeah.
Rook 1 to a4, I would think it's with some,
Yeah.
study-like ideas, but realistically it cannot be right, yeah?
Sure.
So he actually did go rook a5 check instead of
Hopefully,
rook a4, and hopefully the PGN will be fixed. So this is what's on the board. This is what's on the board. So two moves, c4 or b4. We agreed on b4 being...
Making more
wait
sense.
a second. But after king b4, could it be that this is an annoying check? Now you can go to b3.
Yeah. But
And then
can you?
more checks, then you go to... I don't know. Because coming back to b5 is a little bit... Maybe it's fine still. Because knight d1, the very least you have
Perpetual,
knight
yeah.
d2, knight f3, and you probably don't look any further. If you're Rapport, then you have a perpetual.
So
You're
king
very
b4.
happy. Yeah, but that's the line we were looking at. Yeah, like check, king b4, now if knight d3, king c4. And honestly, I don't see how is he planning to continue. Rook a3 now. Attack the knight.
And some mating
And some rook
traps.
b6, rook c3,
Yeah.
something. But there is a check, for instance.
King e2.
King e2, I thought... knight e4,
Yeah.
you have this check, and then you win. Right. Well, yeah, rook a5. Now it's fixed. They've fixed the PGN, which is a good thing, of course. So rook a3, we expect. And knight d4. I said it's a checkmate. It's actually not, because knight b5 is possible, but it feels like it's going in the wrong direction, right? There is also knight d3 followed by knight e5. Yeah, that's not something you want.
Yeah.
Knight d3, knight e5.
I mean, probably not.
Everything falls apart.
Yeah.
What's the plan? I'm not even sure. Wait a second. So check here. Equal that knight c. Full question mark. It's a so strange position. In such a strange position.
Yeah, this might be actually good for black. Because this knight is really doing good job in Sort of not allowing
covers
rooks to
this,
give
covering
checks, yeah.
this, yeah, and especially like looking rook a4, king b5, both rooks are kind of awkward. You can't go rook b3, so you have to go back. Oof. Yeah, it's very tense.
But they do have enough time, I would say.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's move 36.
Yeah.
So 4 more moves. 9 minutes for Rapport, even a bit more for MVL. And yeah, I believe it's easier to make decisions for Rapport because very often it would be a check and then you have like one square or two squares and one is easy to tell is not a good square.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook a3.
Oh, rook a3 seems to be a good move. But this knight d4... No, it feels like white should have something, but it's not very clear.
Yeah, I agree. Feels like white is getting there. Yeah, by the way, let's not forget, check forces black to go to b5, yeah, because going to third rank, it's a check on rook f3. So you can force black to go to b5 and then maybe make some move. But knight d1 we figured out, yeah, it doesn't work. You can go to to a4, to a5, make it move 38, then go rook a3.
Oh, actually, that makes it very comfortable for white. I don't know why he doesn't do it.
Let's kind of give 2 checks, move 38, and move 39 will be rook a3. Also, for black, it's easy to face rook a4. You have one move which doesn't lose immediately. But still, yeah, like what's the solution after knight d2 check? King d2, knight c4. Not clear at all. Also rook a4, king b5, yeah?
Yeah, king b5. I mean, even king b3, but king
Even
b5
king
is
b3.
fine, yeah.
Yeah, like usually you want to keep like both guys and go both guys attacked, right? b3, maybe b3 and then...
yeah.
Still there is no checkmate and white knight is pinned. I mean, so confusing. It is so confusing. I think after this game I'm rechecking the line of my childhood. Is it really working, this one, for black? Because I believe Rapport had all the reasons to be satisfied with his position after the opening, so probably misplayed something.
By MWL, yeah. Oh, you mean?
No, yeah, like after the
So
rook a4. One more time, going to third rank is not an option because rook a3 and the knight's lost. Therefore, back to b5. But now the a6 rook is actually attacked, right? So if you want something, you should return to a5, force the king to b4 once again, and then go rook a3. And we all kind of double checks or what? To make sure that there is no 3-4.
Right. Okay, it's a very stressful situation. It's understandable.
It's an absolutely fresh position. So usually it happens like when you've repeated, then you went from this position somewhere else, and then...
Right.
Okay, so other rook goes to a5, which makes Rapport's task of finding a move very easy. It's the only legal move available. Check on a6. Okay, you can go to b5, I'm guessing. Yeah, and that's what Rapport does. That's the second time we have this position.
And now rook a5 check.
And now rook a5 check, king b4. And they've reached move. Now Rapport in fact stops here.
Wait, have we seen this position?
That's a second time.
This is the second.
That's the second time we have it.
And he played king b4 for sure. Yes, king c4. We said rook c6 might be. So why is he taking time? It's weird.
sometimes it happens, like you have the time, it's move 40, so you are free to spend like nearly all of that, and you're asking yourself, why my opponent decided to go for this position once again? Yeah, is it something I should be avoiding, right? Maybe I should spend more time and then go to c4 instead of b4. I still can't make it work. I mean, I don't quite understand why would you prefer king c4 when you give a chance to take there? Even that, like give check, king goes, right? e2, I think I can take, right? I think I can take because king d5 and so on.
Yeah.
If check, yes. I think this is. So that means king e1, and then even knight b. It's like knight b3. You go to a7, and it looks scary, but in fact it isn't, right? Or maybe it is. Knight d4 now. You know, I'm trying to understand. Like, is there some setup that Black actually gets there with his counterattack? Because so far, I feel you know what, rook g2 might be the move here.
Oh, with idea.
Rook g2 and then double on the second rank, yeah, because it's all about white successful defense. It's all about this knight on f2. I mean, if you can force it to move, then probably you're good.
But why this whole thing is not possible with king b4?
Maybe do the same, right? King b4.
But then rook a3, white will not take on c6. No, but actually king c4, we were only checking rook c6, right?
Yeah, after king c4 you can do the same,
rook
right?
a3,
You can do the same, you can attack the knight.
So what is the... I mean, it doesn't seem even beneficial for Black.
Yeah, agreed. And again, this stupid checkmate from d3, right?
It's nice, actually.
Yeah, it is. King b4. Okay, so here we have it. Move 40 reached.
Not possible to repeat anymore.
Not possible to go rook a4 because king b5 will be a threefold.
Right.
So MVL needs to play something else. And I wonder if he'll spend, I mean, how much time he'll spend of his 40 minutes. I mean, so technically it says 8 something, but it's 38.
Yeah.
38. I guess the whole point of repeating the position was to reach move 40, to get all the time that he can possibly gather in order to try to calculate. Is king e2 an option? I remember we spoke a little about this, but
Knight d4.
Knight d4 and say, maybe I'm not making any progress. Yeah, after this you can, at the very least, you can give this check. Yeah. And I'm tied down to the knight, so I can go back. Have to go back, and then it's a check again. Yeah, king e2.
Also, some knight d3 is never working. Because king c4, I can give some mate.
Yeah, king c4, and there is no check. Knight's hanging, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can say rook a3, but then yeah, why don't you just go rook a3 at first place, right? Having the knight on f2.
No, rook a3 looks like so logical.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you know what, let's wait a couple of minutes. Because in this kind of situations, it's either he plays it quickly, double checks and plays it quickly, or he'll spend like, I don't know, half an hour.
I think he will play it quickly, actually. I don't know why do I think like that? But
And the move will be rook a3.
and the move will be rook a3, yes.
And then for Rapport, then Rapport might be thinking. Because for now, last few moves, even if, let's say, it would be Grishuk sitting instead of Rapport, you would play these moves fast because those are like only moves available.
Right.
Either the only legal move in the position, or you can clearly see that there is one and the other is lost, right?
Yeah.
So now, yeah, like, you know, like yesterday's Giri's game against Andreikin, I felt a bit disappointed that the game stopped. Here, I cannot say I'm disappointed the game goes on, but I was expecting this game to be finished earlier, let's be honest.
Yeah. So rook a3 is on the board.
Rook a3 played, okay, okay. For Rapport, knight hanging, knight g5 is just bad, probably.
And strange, yeah.
And strange as well. So there's knight d2 check with the idea to go to c4. And there is knight d4, which looks, it does lose, right? I think by that point we've agreed it loses. Rook b6, king c4 is a checkmate on c3, and after knight b5, there is check and check, and I don't see where it's all going. King d4, I can take on c6.
There is knight f3 check.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure because a3 is hanging as well.
Right, you're right, yeah.
I thought like taking on c6 is safer. Yeah, okay, maybe since we are discussing, maybe it's better to show it on the board. So it's king e4, the knight's hanging. If you take, black takes a3, who knows? And somehow black king, if it's not getting checkmated, it's a very active piece, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's active in both cases. It's just that sometimes checkmate stops the game. Yeah, so what was it? Rook a3, knight d4, yeah, check, knight b5. So I was trying to prove that knight d4 loses, right? Check here, check on e5. I thought check on c6. It's kind of almost a perpetual there. Rook b5 and then, oh no, it's not a perpetual, it's a checkmate. It's a checkmate, check, and then other rook to h2. Yeah. Funny thing is that I wanted to say, yeah, I'm checking and the king cannot run away. Then I realize it can, right? But you have another rook. Right? Yeah. So, rewind it all back. Check it again. Still, it feels so strange to go for this line, if we are perfectly honest, right?
Yeah, because you want to have knight closer to the white king.
Yeah. Check this, check, and check. And it turns out king e4 works. Incredible. It does, yeah. And white rook actually is kind of switched off.
Very interesting.
So, this is one move, and the other one is check and knight c4, right? Check, king e2 or e1, I don't remember. E2, knight c4. And once again, we couldn't checkmate the king.
But we said some b3. What was about? At some point we said, rook, it's check, yes, and
check king b5, b3.
But there is king b3.
There is king b3.
Also, rooks are so weird now.
Yeah, that's a very confusing position, which is actually suitable for both players, I think.
Yeah.
And MVL is good at calculating some really weird long lines, and so supposed to be Richard Rapport. Okay, so we kept our promise, I think. We've made it through the time control. It's not our fault. We kind of dropped one game on the way.
Yeah.
So Giri and Andreikin made another drawing, facing each other in a tiebreak. This will go on. So Rapport will spend quite some time figuring out what to do next, and the game will continue. So perhaps
we can.
Not a bad idea, to
Yeah.
make another break for the commentators, and we'll come back in some 10 minutes. The game will still be on.
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those cases where this game cannot really finish fast, right?
No.
Rapwood will not resign anytime
Of course,
soon, and
yeah.
MVL will not accept a draw anytime
course,
soon,
yes.
simply because he needs to win.
Yeah.
Right, so stay tuned. We are coming back shortly. welcome back. After the time trouble, the last remaining classical game, should I say, of the semi-finals is still in progress, right? We will have more semi-final games tomorrow for sure.
Yeah.
There will be a tie-break for Andreikin and Giri. Quite will be 2 tie-breaks because it does look like MVL is getting in. Not sure if decisive, but clearly an advantage, right? After the time control, king b4 is what we've seen, right? So there have been some repetition and so on. Finally, rook a3, the move we were talking about, check. And then I think it was very clever to go to g1 from MVL. Knight c4, rook goes to d3. So no, this plan with doubling the rooks.
Actually, we completely forgot that king g1 was possible
Yeah.
somehow.
It felt, king g1, you're kind of going in front of, or kind of closer to opponent's pieces, but in fact this makes black's life very awkward, right? Because not only you basically never have any kind of contemplate, but also both rooks are tied down. So you might need to move the rook back in order to free the other rook, and it's still not clear where it's all going. So the serious question there would be if I ever can take on b2. I suspect the answer is no, but just to figure it out. So what happens in this case is a check.
King c4.
King c4, not to lose the knight for free, right? Now the rook on d3 is hanging. Takes on b2, and well, it does seem to work. Rook f2 for black, I mean. Rook f2. Sure. Say king f2, king d3, king. By the way, king d3 was not forced in this case because you have rook h2, rook b2, but king d3 seems fine. Yeah, king goes to f3, and black already starts pushing the pawn. So that's good for black.
Yeah.
So the question is, after knight takes b2, what's the big plan? And also, let's not forget the rook is hanging. I mean, you could give a check, make sure the king goes here, and then say move the rook somewhere.
And the question is where?
Where, yeah, exactly. Rook d2.
Knight a4 even.
Knight a4, yeah, and somehow this king shows, wonders of survivability, if that's the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c2 check, king d4. It's always like only square available, only one square, but yeah, rook b3 threatening this. You have c4, rook b4 though.
Yeah, this actually doesn't work.
For black.
Yeah, but maybe there was, instead of there was some knight c3. Yeah, instead of king d4. Maybe
yeah, after
c3.
this check, you actually have knight c3. Yeah, that's right.
But how good is it? Let's say rook c6. There is king b3 also, which is annoying.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I find annoying. Those rooks are absolutely useless. I really want to take on f2 in such cases, but who knows? Like rook takes and knight e4 and claim that at least I got rid of this tied down rooks, and I'm getting a pawn for an exchange. Maybe kind of piece is active. Maybe the pawns will run. But objectively, I suspect it should be lost.
Yeah. No, especially after g7 falls, this f pawn is very fast.
Yeah. Well, so the question if g7 falls quickly.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course.
But okay, let me come up with some nonsense lines like this. I thought a check would be funny, but king g2, and I think it only makes it worse for black because now the knight and the rook are hanging.
Yeah.
Because this tactical line apparently works. Knight takes, and if you attack g7, I go knight d4, take f5.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, this situation when only one pawn left. I mean, it's always this motif of sacrificing the knight for remaining pawn, and maybe kind of pawns move, and at least you hope for something.
Also, there was a funny line because knight on e4 was not actually hanging
Yeah,
in
yeah,
that line.
okay,
There was
but-
king d5.
So what we said,
how is
this,
it?
right, and a check,
Yeah, king
and
c4.
go here, and here, and here,
Rook c2.
and here, and knight
Nice.
here,
Yeah, and rook c6.
rook c6,
Rook
and rook
f2.
f2, and rook takes, and knight e4, and rook e2. Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then you kind of can leave the knight.
Yeah, that's
You
nice.
can leave the knight because king d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, what do you do?
I mean, of course, yeah, it's not
Yeah, it's
like...
like pass.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, black is not without a chance, at least like for, you know, for some blitz game or something. King.
Yeah.
Ah, maybe you go king d5 and take g3 then. Rook g6 though. Maybe you go here and take g3.
And what about rook h3 here? Also possible, maybe.
Rook h3 even. But yeah, and then you can also start discussing this.
The
right?
Rookian
Rook
game.
g4
Yeah.
and takes, and once again, who knows? The c pawn runs, the f pawn runs.
No, yeah.
It's obviously a hard thing for Raput to figure out, right? There is also king b5, attacking the rook, rook a7, and then once again noticing some funny things like rook b3 being a checkmate. No, it's probably stupid, right? If we want to take on b2, we have to do it now. Honestly, not. I don't see that much of an alternative taking on b3.
But what is the white strat? Also, that's not clear.
Ooh,
Is there something
maybe
concrete?
take c6.
Ah,
right?
just take c6.
Maybe, I don't know, play b3 and rook b6, like, let's say, rook goes to h6, right? We go b3, attacking the knight. Who knows, maybe you still play knight b2, that's possible, right? But if not, if, say, knight a3, then, again, some check. Attack the 7th rank. But still not convincing, right? Still, like black is not resigning. I mean,
Right,
it's still
right,
playable.
right.
Yeah, so it's not that clear. And I actually have to take back my words about this game not having really like a space to play, right? Remember, after the opening, it really looked like it's either white wins quickly or black makes a draw. No, I mean, I don't know if it was all correct, but in fact, this position is what you call playing chess, right? Finding resources, finding moves.
So rook to h6. Just protecting the c6 pawn.
Yeah, and it has to be said, it's so hard, right? I mean, after all that happened, so, and a reminder what happened at kind of sharp and also side opening line, where Evgenij at some point was like 15 minutes behind on the clock, then Raput keeps up.
Yeah.
Then they are in a bit of a time trouble even. And now past move 40, all of a sudden there is still not only playable but very complex position that you have to calculate.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of chess players, strength in a way, like being able to keep concentration, being able to play on like 5th hour and so on. Okay, rook h6. So, and we are basically asking your question. What's your threat? What's your threat? Maybe rook a7 is what you do. Since now knight b2 not possible at all, right? There's a check, and we'll just take the knight.
And what about b3? No.
b3 now. I don't know.
Because
Knight b2 question mark. Maybe knight b2. Because like keeping the rook on the 3rd rank, you do protect the b pawn, but kind of don't do anything else, right?
But what if I go to d7?
If you go to d7, I guess I wanted to take, but I probably lose the knight this way, right? Rook b7.
Ah, right. Yeah.
And then if king c3, rook a3 intermediate, force me to the second rank and then pin it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So b3 is a move. Coming to a3 is a maybe knight a3 strangely, and then knight b5 if there is. Wait a second. What's that? You see, sometimes I don't know how players manage this, but commentators do get tired.
Yeah.
So what's exactly after b3? Yeah, good question.
So knight f5 is not possible because there is rook b6 and then b4 check. That's important.
b4 check discovered and then take the knight.
So
we've kind of tried all the moves, right?
Yeah,
Well, technically knight d6.
But there is rook c6.
Yeah, rook c6. Also not very pleasant. Yeah. Knight a3, rook a4, knight b2. What we said, rook d7. And at least you can't take b3. Maybe you can continue the game, but you can't take b3. Yeah, then b3 is a strong move for white. What's after b3? I don't know. A lot of suffering for black.
Okay, there is some intermediate king b5 and then to try, but that nonsense. Just rook a7.
This king b5.
Just rook a7.
Rook a7. I mean, maybe you do this. Let's say white takes. Yeah, somehow it's very hard to generate any sensible counterplay. This rook's on the h file, right? Don't do anything. Knight's very good on f2.
Yeah.
I think, well, we are about to start moving back and ask ourselves what was wrong for black. I mean, what went wrong?
Yeah, this queen f6 was very sort of strange because he ended up playing this queen g5 anyway.
Yeah, one more time. Capturing there.
Yeah.
Queen g7, we said, absolutely makes no sense.
Yeah.
f6 intermediate as a wild guess that maybe this is something that you don't like because queen e6 is a threat now, so you have to take with the pawn, and then let's say he takes. Do we believe in this? Not really, right? King e7, queen g7. I'm not.
Maybe queen e7.
Queen e7. Yeah. Queen
but
e7.
still, I can't castle actually. I thought.
Yeah, maybe this is what kind of bothers you a little.
Yeah.
So still, in hindsight, I think that the fact that he lost the tempo with queen f6 might have been kind of worse more. Knight d1, okay, traded here, queen g5, knight f2, and somehow white managed to, and also, this you can't even say that you're losing time. Castle, I mean, I don't like castle long, to be honest.
Just king e7, right?
Yeah. Maybe c4 is still sort of annoying. But king e7, like king f7 with g6 idea, sometimes.
Yeah.
So he castled c4, king c7, might have been b7, okay, rook h1. And also this is like really suspect. bc4, like bc4, a5, rook a1, and here where the problem started.
No, probably here he had to do something more dynamic.
Yeah, quite possible. Anyway, we ended up here. Rook, wait, what? Rook d3, rook 2, h6, yeah, we are thinking.
Actually, now it's possible to go rook d7 immediately. It actually has a threat of a mate.
With a bit of a threat.
Yeah.
Which is, and knight b2, same motive, you want to do
same.
this. You want to do this.
Same.
Right. Fair enough, yeah, rook d7.
Yes. Again, there is king b5, and there are so many moves
Yeah.
which both sides have to consider.
King b5, maybe you go to the 7th rank with the second rook then.
He did make some move.
He did make some moves. He played other rook to the 7th rank. It was rook a7. Here, we actually thought that it's... Oh no, here it's not possible to take. We actually thought of this as well. Remember, with rook on h2, knight b2 was the move.
Ah, right.
And it's all based on this line, king c4, rook takes b2, and now with rook on the 2nd rank, you have this capture,
Yeah.
right? Now it's, I don't know, I mean, can this be any good? No, probably not.
No, this is
I mean, you have to have the pawn like on c3
Yeah, of
or
course,
somewhere,
yeah.
right? This is certainly too much. But then what do you do? Because among other things, rook b7 cuts the king to the a file, then some rook d3,
Yeah.
knight moves, rook a3, checkmate.
Yeah.
So it's actually quite annoying. Is there a way, like, I mean, you can balance trying not to lose on the spot by going knight a5 and stuff, but then
No, those moves feel wrong, yeah. Rook a3, let's say.
yeah, rook a3 is good. Also, yeah, rook a3 just wins.
Oh, knight c4, rook b7 mate.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
there's knight
also,
b6,
but also, like, take on g7. I mean, that's one more issue. Like,
yeah,
like
right.
if you don't protect g7, I just take g7. I'm claiming I'm winning short term or long term when my
Yeah.
pawns start to move. Yeah, maybe it's just done. Knight d6. How about knight d6?
Knight d6.
Yeah, so I protect b7 and that's it. Maybe want to go to b5 and so on, you know. Rook what? Rook b8. Ah, okay. Protect the b file. Maybe wants to take. Maybe wants to take. Okay. Makes sense. But there is also this knight maybe joining at some point.
Yeah, now there is no rook h1, which, I mean, there is no, let's say, I can just move knight very freely.
Even like knight g4 and so on, yeah.
Can
But
I somehow mate the black's king?
It's very desirable, of course. Like, go here. Let's say he takes, go here.
It feels so close.
No, that's wrong, yeah? Just c4.
There.
Just c4,
yeah,
and
c4.
then I've actually
Right.
completely destroyed my position. Yeah, the hope was maybe we have to show like knight c4, rook b3, or
Yeah.
knight a4, other rook b3, or knight d3 is good. Yeah,
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
But there is just c4. Maybe he's fighting. Rook b8's not bad.
So if rook g7?
Rook g7, I think black takes b2. And he says, my c pawn is running faster than your two pawns. And he might be not wrong on this one. So at least there is some sort of a race, right?
This knight on b2 is really
Yeah,
good now.
the knight on b2 is good. It stops white knight from joining the action. And also, like, at least the shift in perception of this. It looked like white was playing it, black was not, right?
Yeah.
After rook b8, okay, black has his own trumps, like takes b2, runs with the c pawn.
Yeah.
So chances then. Yeah, and this engine that we've kind of
Mentioned,
confessed that we have, engine that paints the moves for us in
Yeah.
different colors, it suggests that possibly rook a7 was a bit of a mistake. We don't know what the right move was,
Yeah.
but yeah, maybe. Yeah, this rook b8. Rook b8 is a good try at least. Maybe b3, just to try to send this knight in some awkward place.
So where does the knight go after b3? b3?
Maybe knight b2 still. Because now I will be able to take b3 if the rook leaves, right?
Yeah.
If rook remains on kind of on the third rank, who knows? Tricky. This is hanging.
I can't defend it very nicely. That's annoying.
Yeah, like
There's
rook h7,
f6.
you never look
Yeah.
at such moves, right?
Yeah.
And also the knight on b2. Yeah, like funny thing is that after rook h7 there is rook a2 trapping the knight on
Yeah.
f7. So it shifts so quickly, right? Like in some line it was, okay, the knight on b2 is beautiful.
Yes,
and now it's trapped.
interesting, yes.
Now it's trapped. So after b3, apparently if I do this, I'm forced to go c4 next move, I'm guessing. Like rook f3 and just go c4. And if pawn takes, I don't know, king takes. But then
My
I
c pawn is
kind
a
of
bit
don't
far.
have, don't have the
Yeah.
counterplay, and you can take g7 then. Oof.
So he did play
He
b3.
did play b3. The trick might be not to go knight b2, but then what's left? Knight a5 to take on b3 with the knight. How about that? Knight a5, no checks. What was the last time, remember knight a5 was not working in some line, I don't remember why. Because the rook was on a6 and the rook was on h8.
yes.
And there was a check
Yes,
on the
yes.
b file and then b4 discovered
Yeah,
the tap.
yeah. Right.
Yes, and now knight a5 kind of works. And yeah, if he takes d3, it's far less obvious. b3, far less obvious. So this I would kind of consider and then go here. And then again, this circus starts, right? Go here, if knight e5, I go here. If this, I go here. And then I resign after rook f4, and you do take the rook. I don't know how relevant this line is, to be honest, but just checking. I mean, just checking, just trying to understand what's available, what's not. So will it really be that MVL, I mean, somehow, it's not like I'm supporting Rapwood, but at some point I felt for him, like when he went for this line, you know, you need a draw, and all of a sudden you play this sharp line, it kind of works for you, and I thought, yeah, it would be cool if the guy actually, I don't know, makes a draw, wins the match.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
And all of a sudden,
Exactly.
in a way, it feels a bit illogical. I don't know why. But yeah, after all, it's just a game where people, as we all know now, make mistakes, and the one who makes the last mistake loses. Right?
Yes, and also it doesn't have to do anything with the opening, right? I mean, clearly he made mistake out of the opening.
Yeah,
Yes.
later on. It's not like he was out prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the case when I'm playing chess nowadays. I feel like, I understand the game very well, and I'm still able to calculate. So I'm thinking, okay, let me just get a normal position out of the opening. I'll be able to play. But the problem, I never go out of the opening. Losing most of my games in the opening.
Something happened? Knight a5.
Knight
right?
a5, yeah. So he's trying to capture b3.
No, but I like the idea of moving the rook from
Moving
d3.
the rook,
Yeah. It feels strong.
Okay, move the rook. I think in reality what happens is black takes b3, and after this check he's not going to c4, he's not going to c3, but goes back to b5. Because that's the moment where the knight on b3 is not hanging, actually. And then who knows what happens, because...
Knight e5, c4.
You can take, it's c4, you can take another one if you like, and it's 3 passed pawns, but the c pawn is also kind of getting there. Plus, finally, this knight is not irrelevant
Anymore, yeah.
Yeah, like knight d4, knight d2 options. Also, one day, strangely, you might consider going back to the h file because the knight is no longer on f2.
Yeah.
So it's still a mess, right? It is still a mess.
I mean, can white start sort of pushing pawns g4, g5? Is that ever?
Just like not doing anything, but b3 is probably hanging, right? g4, knight b3, g5. I mean, you get somewhere, certainly, you get somewhere, like you get to g5 and then, say, after rook h5, maybe you can also take this guy. And the pawns are fairly close, but so is black pawn, right? c4, if the rook moved, maybe it's just... Okay, c3, knight d3 will be awkward, right? So you go here. But then this knight starts jumping.
Yeah, and let's say just...
In all, it's not like completely clear, right? If you're MVL, it's not one of those positions that you say, okay, this I will win, right?
Yeah.
This you don't know. Maybe you win, maybe you don't. So you basically try to calculate further. You're not settling for a move like g4. And this is what he does. He's actually trying to calculate, trying to figure out what happens.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm curious if they have this experience. Let's say they, of course, played in World Cup many times. Do they have experience of losing the first game? Actually, MVL specifically, because it happens.
Well, probably he does. like I mean, he has played quite a few World Cups. He played the entire series of this Grand Prix when it was the knockout.
Right.
So I think he's done it. Okay, so he's obviously spending time. You don't want to go wrong when you seemingly have a chance.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gone wrong a little bit with this rook a7. Still, I feel like allowing black to play rook b8 to guard the b file wasn't the best idea.
So there is no way to defend b3 pawn, really.
Yeah.
So, no, I liked moving rook, definitely. Rook e3, rook f3, some of these moves. But also this g4, I mean, there are many options, that's the problem.
There is like also knight g4, and then take e5. Yeah, by the way.
Yeah, there is that option,
By the way,
actually.
knight g4, where the rook is going. Knight g4, does it go anywhere? Probably does, right? I mean, it goes, I don't know, h8?
I mean, I would consider taking on b3, honestly. Just leaving it there.
So just knight takes, pawn takes,
Yeah.
right? And say that c pawn is running fast. But so does the, I mean, I don't know. By that point, I'm not sure. I can go here, 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 right?
c2.
c2,
Already.
and then there is, there is a check. There is a check, and once again, it probably does work for white, strangely, this specific.
Yeah, but we could have played rook f8. Ah, no, but there is rook b7 check.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. So now it kind of deflects the rook, right? And if you move away, I think white can actually take. I hope to run away from the perpetual successfully. Go here, and then after this check, go to h3. Like Andreikin did against Macron.
Yeah.
Wow, what a confusing game.
So knight g4, then he can just move the rook, maybe?
Yeah, but that's exactly what I'm asking myself, where the rook is going.
Rook
Maybe h8, yeah, and if knight e5, use the fact that the pawn on c6 is still protected, maybe go rook e8.
There's some, I wanted to say knight a5, but just rook
Rook
rook a5.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, and then it's a check, right, pushing the king back. And actually nothing is threatened, just king f2. I think it's winning.
Yeah.
King f2, f3, f4. Okay, so knight g4, we do like it. We do like it. Knight g4, not clear. You know what, c4? All of a sudden, can this be? No. I thought c4.
And after BC?
BC. No, king c4, even the knight is. I mean,
Will be hanging.
Technically, you can do this because the knight on h6 will be hanging as well. But knight e5, and I'm probably stopping right there, right? So white's pawn up, he's attacking.
Yeah, 3 pawns
and
and
everything.
yeah.
Oof. So knight g4 again. Knight g4 looks very, very promising. Other than that, like moving the rook on the third rank kind of works, but not really. Knight g4 played, yeah. Knight g4 played. Let's see what Rapot finds against knight g4, if anything.
No, I somehow have a feeling he will go for this knight b3. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, actually, this line, I mean, there was some line that accidentally worked for white. Yeah, we have no guarantee.
Exactly.
We have no guarantee that this is correct, if this is works or anything. And you probably don't have the way back, because c4 is happening anyway.
Of course.
Like, let's say you're not taking the rook, you take e5. Probably c4, well, c4 rook, no. Yeah, c4 happens. C4 happens, c6 protected, and then the c pawn moves.
No, you definitely
Yeah,
take
you
an
probably
exchange,
have to take, you have to take on h6. It's kind of, plan B could be take on g7 with the tempo, like now the whole rook is hanging, but black still goes c4.
C4, right.
Still goes c4. Yeah, I think knight h6. Knight h6 happens.
It's a very stressful moment. I mean, he has to take on h6, definitely.
Yeah, I do have such experience, like winning first game with white, then having very good position with black, and then losing it slowly. And this is not a pleasant experience, I have to say. So for Rapot, if he loses at the end, it will be very hard to play the tiebreak for sure.
No, also it's not like sort of equal situation in tiebreak, because he's the one who lost the last game. So
yeah, I always thought that this is kind of a bit unfair. I don't know how. Yeah, you cannot make it up, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, if you exchange victories, somehow someone has to win first, someone has to win the second game.
Right.
So there used to be times when the tiebreak would be played right after the second game, which is of course bad, right, for the players who lost.
Of course.
Yeah. And actually, if you think of it, something very similar happens during the tiebreak. Like you won first rapid, you lost the second rapid, and now you are the loser who has to play the blitz, right? But that all kind of can be received like one session, right? I mean, the time control's fast, and okay, you win, you lose. But yeah, playing after the lost game, it's not that pleasant. Yeah, so I mean, he's a young gentleman, so hopefully we'll manage to recover psychologically. But very unpleasant situation. Okay, he didn't lose yet.
Yeah, of course.
Let's not. Yeah,
we're speculating too much.
Kind of getting too far with this. He didn't lose yet. So knight takes h6. We said pawn takes or c4 first. Maybe it doesn't really matter. I mean, that would probably just take.
Yeah.
Because c4 cannot be stopped really. There is also this thing like rook d7, and you go c4, and there is this stupid check, right? So after this trade, this guy is running very fast.
And actually, if we put it on a3, it will be with check. So
put it on a3.
Who is first? White is first.
this, this, and it will be a check. If you don't put it on a3, where do you put it, right?
I thought maybe a4.
So takes here, go here. Nothing but c4 makes sense, it seems. Check, trade, king a4. So now if we promote and... But isn't this just winning? There is no perpetual, right?
Oh, with queen f1? Or
No, just go king h2. Thought. No, because queen a8 is a threat and queen b4 is a threat. So you promote. Queen a8 is maybe less of a threat, but still.
Yeah.
I mean, black king is much more vulnerable, right? So check, go here. Well, technically, this doesn't lose yet, right? Check and knight a5. I mean, I give up there. I just give up. I'll let them think. No, but imagine, like, that's what, 5th hour of play or something, and you still have to deal with this, with all the, and now all of a sudden you're back to middle game when the queens are promoting.
Yeah.
The weirdest, wait a second, what was the weirdest experience? I remember having a game where I've finally made the draw by giving perpetual. I think it was the 3rd set of queens. So it was like original queens were exchanged, and then we were playing some endgame with the race. Like I had quite a few pawns on one wing, my opponent on the other, and it was like, and it went like queen, queen, couple of checks, queens exchanged, and then you promote the 2nd pawn, and he promotes the 2nd pawn, and so on.
Wow.
And at some point, I was lucky to have a perpetual. So here, yeah. Interesting, what MBL is thinking about. Is there a way that he doesn't take the rook? Would be my question. And I'm really surprised about this, if it's true. It's kind of, I had one idea that, I mean, it's strange, but kind of to logically explain that rook takes b3, if this would be the move, it's the move that you want to play now, right? And then take on h6. It just doesn't work completely.
Of course.
It's absolutely stupid, right? But, I mean, that's the only reasoning, that after c4, you no longer have rook b3 because I will take with the pawn. Yeah. So, I mean, there is some logic in kind of considering taking on b3, but you need 10 seconds to understand it's a stupid move, right? Other than that,
f6, just rook f6.
Yeah, f6, rook f6. Yeah, black insists on giving away
Wait, he didn't take.
He takes on g7, so now the rook is hanging. We agreed on c4, of course, being the move quickly. Looks fine, right? Because, like, moving the rook, white also gonna take on e5. Yeah, I think c4 is what you start with.
c4 is fine. Now white has to move the rook. Rook d7.
There is actually, if rook d7, there is actually c3 also. There is c3 and then c2.
Yeah.
So you're not on time to take the rook.
No.
Knight h6, just c2, and the pawn can't be stopped. So that's only that's only logical that you play c4, at least test your opponent. Maybe he goes to d7, so you have a chance to play c3. Rook went to d1, it looked like.
Yeah, d1.
Yeah, it did. It did. Rook d1. Yeah. Rook d1. So our rook on h6 is still hanging. c3 now, knight h6, c2.
And it's fine because he will just give the rook probably.
Yeah.
Even though there is some rook.
Yeah, I was thinking of this, but that's of course that's not how chess works. As they say, c2, move the rook, and then go rook d8, and say I will play rook d1, exchange
if
the
you're
rook,
not doing anything,
promote this, promote the pawn. So yeah, like
just f6, yeah.
f6, rook d1,
f7
takes and check, right? It's actually...
But wait, how?
yeah,
boss.
wait. So this, one more time. This. If it goes too bad, white actually has rook d1, rook d7, right, to take on d1. But then, the other c pawn might be running fast, because your rook runs into a tempo. I still find it hard to believe that after c2, white can't really stop it. Okay, so rook f1, rook d8. Black's intention is clear. Can white somehow get the rook to the first rank? I don't see, to be honest.
Okay, but wait.
So basically, white's task is to give the rook for the c pawn, right? Not to exchange the rooks. But how do you do it? It's somewhat crazy.
Very strange.
I mean, we could try to discuss this position, kind of go f6, go f7, right? Go f6, go f7 after this check.
No.
Go to g2, because f8 is a threat, and it's also with a check, right? But after queen d2, I'm sorry, this would actually be a terrible mistake. After queen d2, this knight is hanging. If you go forward, it's hanging with a check, so that makes it unplayable, I'm guessing. That makes it unplayable. But, yeah.
No, I feel this rook g7 might be missed. I don't know, like.
But on the other hand, like, it's a very, very straightforward, very forcing line, because now, if c3 doesn't work somehow, then white is just winning, right? I mean, you move, knight takes once again with the tempo, and somehow 3 pawns, and the knight is ready to stop the pawn if it gets too far.
No, so c3 has to be played probably. c3 and now.
I mean, you may argue like knight e3, but
No.
any line in which white doesn't take the rook, it's like a victory for
yes,
black,
of course.
right? So I moved my pawn forward, and you're not taking the rook. Yeah, of course I'm happy. Of course I'm happy.
So c3, knight h6, c2.
Yeah, again, c3, knight h6, c2. Like moving the rook to e1 doesn't make any sense, right? Because rook still goes there.
I'm not sure about this rook gd7. That might be the move, actually. Rook gd7. We said the c pawn will run fast, but there are 2 pawns on the...
I think you take, he takes, you go c5. So to get it on f... Well, how do you do it? To get it on f7 or something. c3. But now might even be on time to, to go here, to promote. And what? And if this, I'm just on time with knight e2 and knight f4. And at least immediately I'm not losing. I might not be losing at all because of knight g6.
Actually, he went for rook h8.
He went rook h8. Rook h8, knight e5. This feels wrong, honestly. On the other hand,
again c3 is possible, right?
And then if check, so king goes, and then yeah, maybe. But feels like it slows him down so much.
Yeah.
Rook c8, rook h to c8. This protected, this guards the b file, and then c3, c2. Okay. Doesn't we all have a plan for this situation? We are about to find out.
Also after c3, there is always this knight d3. I mean, I will not really have a threat to promote.
Yeah, like c3, c2, and you have to spend one more.
Yeah,
move,
exactly. Yes, yes. So, okay, can white just
push?
push? Yeah, I mean.
Push and push, for instance. Yeah, like with two rooks on the 8th rank, it's much harder, right?
Yeah, there will be no rook g8.
Rook g6 attacking c6 again.
No,
c3. There might be c5 as well. There might be c5. So knight c6. I mean, I was giving away the rook, so exchange is like nothing. Right? And then who knows? Maybe I'm not planning once again to win the rook by going c1, but again go c2 and rook d8.
yeah.
So it's messed up again. And I think like we are getting to this point when they'll be playing on increment, right? There's not that much time left.
Yeah, I like c5. Because c3, white can also take rook c6, right? It's not...
c3, rook takes c6, yeah, and probably that's what he's planning to do now, I realize, yeah.
But wait, c2, what was an
c2
idea?
is possible. I don't know, you certainly had an idea.
Okay, there is at least knight d3, it's not like I'm lost.
King b5. This is hanging with a check. Actually, after knight d3, you might be lost. There's a fair chance that black wins both rooks. And this is what he's done, c5. c5. So after knight c6, it's clear, rook takes c6 and c3. It's getting sharper and sharper. Where it would seem there was no possibility to get any sharper. Okay, seriously, if we are not panicking with white, we can wait for c3 and then play knight d3 check and knight e1. I'm not ecstatic about this possibility, but at least like to stop the pawn before it reaches c2.
The king will always go to b2. In that
But
line.
yeah, like I'm probably giving away the knight happier than the rook, right? Say
sure.
I make some irrelevant move, g4. If c3 happens, or when it happens, I give this check. By the way, king a3 might be a bit inaccurate because check. All of a sudden, knight a5. Yeah, so the only option would be king c4. And then you do this. And still it's not convincing. The pawns are not close enough, right? Knight d4, rook e8 in some cases. Once again, it feels like at some point, remember, when two rooks were on the h file and there was no check and everything, it felt like white had perfect harmony and black didn't. And if we reach this position, which is on the screen, it's vice versa, right?
Yeah, feels opposite.
White, okay, has the pawn, has three connect passed pawns, but black all of a sudden, all the pieces playing perfectly and white switches to defense.
Right.
So yeah, I won't be surprised if MVL got tricked yet again.
And also this rook g6 is sort of a move that, I mean, knight c6 seems like a natural follow-up, right? c5, I mean, he must have considered c5, so...
So knight c6, let's pretend, yes, he does this, but then I don't see how exactly to deal with that. Okay, so go here, go f6, just in case.
Let's say c4.
But why do we... just to move the... No, can we do this, really? Because it's without a check. f8 is without a check. No, but doesn't make sense. Yeah, d1, f8. No. Stop. This is stupid. F6, C4, F7.
Okay, he did play knight c6. So.
Knight c6 played, so we'll see. Apparently, we'll see this. I don't think black has any other option but to take.
I mean, like technically he can play king a3, but
King a3 and knight b8.
no, he took. Yeah. He took rook c6.
And c3.
c3 played. Yeah. He played
F6. Yes. So now, okay, let's check the easiest one. C2, rook moves, C1. C1, queen. Rook takes, knight takes. Are those pawns fast enough? I have a question. Oh well, F7 kind of threatens rook b6, right? But on the other hand, after F7 I could do this. What's going on here?
No, I'm not. And then we'll actually
Kind of
split
stood
up the
from the
board.
game.
Yeah.
Kind of once again, I don't think he has everything calculated. It's more of putting additional pressure.
Yeah, sure. So c2 played.
C2 played, yeah. Why not?
And I don't see anything anything. I don't see the other move.
Have to move.
Just rook f1.
And yeah, C1. So basically, one important line I think is e5, and then it's a check and knight d4. So I'm stopping the pawns from connecting to each other this way. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Maybe this one is still lost simply because the g pawn is slow, but when it gets there, it gets there. I don't know. But who knows? Even like moving the c pawn is not absolutely clear. Right? Like it gets all the way to c2. I feel like by that point anything can happen. It seems. Not
What did we say about rook d8? Just f7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So rook d8 is not working.
Knight d4 is another guess. Like where the rook's going. It probably doesn't work, yeah. Knight d4, so let's say rook goes here, rook goes here. Okay, knight d4 is out of the question. Because I was hoping for this and rook b1.
Yeah, understood, yeah.
But then rook a1 is, rook a1 is an option. So it doesn't really work. c1 seems to be, Richard is reaching for the queen, I thought. And he made this movement with his hands. I think he's reaching for the queen to play c1 queen. Yeah, there's been a lot in this game, starting from this opening line, and then quite a few shifts.
And also after c1, even if white can, in future, he can give the rook for this c pawn if, let's say, he manages to push the pawns far enough.
All the way to g6,
yeah,
right?
That's also very annoying from black side. So he did make
c1, rook takes, knight takes. So say you go g4.
e5 on the board.
Yeah, e5 on the board. Okay. What did I say? Knight e2, knight d4.
Yeah.
Which seems logical. Also kind of win the tempo, right? So this and knight d4.
Rook d6.
Or doesn't, or doesn't, because rook d6 is clever. Wait a sec, I can do this, and for the time being I'm kind of, and I'm not. I can go g4. So my point was I want to do this, if f7 I attack it, and then e6, obviously I'm very happy to take on e6. And like this, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm still lost. Like the c pawn is not running. That's the big problem. Maybe I have to go c4 anyway, and then when you take the knight, take on f7, and hope for this to work somehow. Oof. Still very, very complex position. Yeah, getting the knight on d4 honestly seems to be kind of the only chance, right?
Yeah, he did play it.
He did play, check. By the way, king f2, and we also played pretty fast. But now that I'm thinking, in this line when f7 was dropping with a check, isn't it better to have the king on g2? Because like the pawn is threatening to move anyway. It's not like you don't play knight d4 if the knight's not attacked. Right, you probably still do play knight d4 here or one move later. So might have been, okay, we'll see. Knight d4, rook d6, right? There's also this strange move. Or you just go e6. You go e6 probably. It's really weird.
No, black should somehow try to at least prolong these pawn's movements. Rook f8 maybe? Is that ever
Rook
an
f8
option?
to stop for now, but yeah,
No,
but
but
go g4, right? It's important to cover this.
Yeah.
The c pawn's not moving because the knight's attacked.
Yeah.
The knight has no squares to be moved. Knight b5, but yeah, seriously, rook goes to d7. The knight still can't really stop the pawns. c4 in this case.
Actually, in this case, then rook f8 was unnecessary. Maybe knight b5 immediately.
And knight b5
Yeah.
to attack it, right? Knight b5 maybe, yeah. Knight b5, and if rook d7, then we try to run. So it
E6.
goes here, goes here. c2, by the way, is a threat, right? And then you might stop the c pawn with the king as well. King e2, king e3.
Yeah, with king b3 then.
Is it ever knight? No, knight f5. It's wrong. So we'll run into d4 later. Yeah, I was thinking king c4 and some rook b2 check, but one of the things to do is just not to pay attention. Go g4. And
Yeah.
right. I mean, if there are checks, just run with the king to h4. He is winning after all, I'm guessing. He is winning. It's been a lot of twists in this game. And perhaps it will be the longest game, the longest round for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very likely we are approaching 5 hours and still not done. Or maybe it feels so, because the other game finished
Very quickly, yeah.
very quickly. Because, yeah, there must have been one long round. It's just that when you have, how many, 8 games?
Yeah,
usually,
you don't really
right?
feel
I mean,
it.
you really, yeah, like you switch from one to the
Yeah.
other. Here, one game finished in like 3 hours.
Right.
This is going for almost 5, and there is still a chance it will go on.
Okay, now he's down to 2.5 minutes, so...
And we ultimately know what he's doing.
Yeah, he
He's
seems to be very confident,
confident,
yeah. Knight b5
Knight
played.
b5, yeah. So we are kind of guessing the moves, but
Not sure if they're good.
I'm not sure if it's good, yeah. One of the things to do is actually to go to d1, I realize, because knight c7 for now runs into a check. Right, go to d1. Rook e8 will play maybe rook e8 in this case. It's annoying. Because originally I thought f7, e6, but then knight c7 or knight d4 even.
Yeah, that's
Knight
what you
c7.
pointed out. It would be better
c7,
to have
yeah.
king
And
on G2.
now with king on
Yeah.
g2,
Still.
actually, it doesn't make any difference. e7, rook takes f7, yeah. Oof, tricky. The most obvious is this, but then c4, right? Hang on, and if I c3, maybe I should start by moving the king. Maybe I should start by moving the king. King c, if this, who knows, right? Yeah, king d3, you're right, it's king b3, and the rook is kind of cut off, and c2 is still happening. Really strange. Time to for MVL to show one last bit of precision.
Yeah, rook d1 actually makes
Yeah,
quite a
but
lot
rook
of sense.
d1, yeah, but that's exactly what bothers me. That you know what? And g4 is possible. Once again, using some nasty tactical tricks, and this is covered in the next move is f8. And if g4 is possible, then probably it's after kind of g4. No, not f7, right? But g4, and then it's probably too late to go knight c7. I can, among other things, can probably just protect it. Who knows? I mean, when the knight goes to e6,
no, this is
all of a
black
sudden
feels a bit safer at least.
stops a lot of kind of all the pawns, right?
Yeah.
So we are back to where we were.
So actually he played rook d7 and c4 is on the board.
Rook d7, c4, yeah.
Okay, so now c3 is serious.
He shows that he's confident, but I don't know if he he has reasons to be. King e2, king d1, king c1, but then you're checkmate, right?
No.
King e2, c3, king d1, this, and then king b2 is a threat, and you would think, okay, let's go to c1, smart idea, block the pawn, and then after rook a8, you might regret it. And also the knight on b5 kind of covers the king from the checks.
Strange that he is thinking because...
e6, okay. So after c3, what happens? c3, yeah, black doesn't have a choice. And what happens? Move 60 happens. So they all write news cautious.
E7?
What? e7? So c2, do you stop it?
Rook d8? Is that?
c1, e8 or what?
Yeah, exactly. I mean...
I don't see any... wait. I mean, you can do this as well, right? Like queen, queen. You can't. Because here it's queen c5. And then it's an x-ray.
And if we went e8?
Yeah, you should have gone e8. But then it's not promoting yet. I mean, queen c5, and I control it, right? So like king goes, and who knows, maybe queen f8 makes a draw. Something. And also there is kind of a lot of checks, like c2, h7, and...
Yeah,
So
actually
it's absolutely
we have it
crazy.
on the board.
Absolutely great. Yeah, e8 queen. Okay, okay. Hang on a second. Maybe I shouldn't be that... Can this be that this knight is absolutely misplaced? So you are ready to trade, let's say. Then the g-pawn runs, and you can't do much. King c5. The king is going, and then it's knight d6, you know.
Queen c5 played.
Queen c5, yeah, and I guess it's queen e3.
No, but queen e3 you play only if you're sure that...
And you don't play it at all, perhaps, because this.
Right.
Queen f4, you'll somehow manage to
Yeah.
stop two double pawns, right? Otherwise the rook on d7 falls.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then
queen
he has
e3 is... But where to hide the king? Then he doesn't have a square to hide the king. Then it's just a perpetual, no? King g2, I'm guessing some queen c2 is there. going to the H file is crazy. I think he saves. Wow. Back to the middle game, by the way. Yeah, after 5 hours of play, queens reappearing on the board. Yeah, it feels like originally he was planning for queen e3.
Yeah, possible.
Because it's not a big surprise that the queen from c1 can give a check on c5.
No, he has to go king f3, I guess.
Wait, king f3, you just lose, no? Oh, maybe not, there is g4.
No,
But that, yeah, I mean, it's so hard to believe, right? g4 actually works, right? Queen h3, king f4. Somehow feel like if this happens, then it's always a perpetual. I mean, I might be wrong, but...
he played king g2.
King g2, okay, and I'm guessing
Queen
c2,
c2.
yeah. Queen c2, king what, f3, queen f5. Where do you run? I mean, it's not clear where you run. It's always checks, it seems. And also, like, you have to be careful because of this rook takes, yeah. If only this is what you're planning, and then to trade with, say, to trade with queen e1, but then black has to be on time. I mean, with king being that far.
Yeah, sure.
Just go here, right, go knight d6.
Also, this was not forced because there was queen f5.
Yeah, but
even this, right.
Just go here, g4, knight d6.
He played something else. Or, queen c6 check.
Queen c6 check also makes sense. Yeah. Queen c6. It might be kind of forcing the... Yeah, but king h3, queen h6...
is repetition.
You have to go back, right? Because king g4, you lose to rook g6. And queen h6 is on the board, Queen h6 is on the board. And it's a draw. So Raput is in the final, finally. I mean, what a game.
Wow.
There was an awful lot of I mean, things happening, mistakes apparently, and then finally Richard Raput, I mean, deserves all the credit for being such an inventive player at the very end. I mean, finding those resources and finally, making a draw by perpetual after a new set of queens was promoted.
Yeah, incredible.
It's absolutely incredible, and yeah, he knocks Maxime Vachier-Lagrave out of the competition. And
he will have one more rest day before.
And also, you're
finals,
absolutely right. He will have a rest day before the final, which is also perhaps important. It's a tiring tournament, I have to say, for the commentators, but imagine for the players, right? They also have to prepare, and of course, emotional involvement is not comparable. Sometimes I do feel kind of burned out, I mean, after the tournament, even if I'm not playing but commentating.
Yeah, of course.
There'll be quite a bit of analysis now. Yeah, rook d7, of course. He says I should have taken the rook.
I mean, it feels like MVL must have missed some chances, right?
I'm almost sure.
I mean, even in this, I don't mean earlier, but even in this sort of
like the very last position, just not allowing the queens. Yeah, this e6, the final thing was apparently e6. It seems like still like getting the king close, or maybe I don't know, go g4, c3, try to go back and give the rook for the pawn, and then use 3 passed pawns. Maybe all of that, I mean, or some of that would have won him the game. But yeah, it's a tension, it's a stress, and no wonder people make mistakes.
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations to Richard Raput. We are yet to know the name of his opponent. Will it be Dmitry Andreikin? Will it be Anish Giri? This we will figure out tomorrow on a tiebreak.
And let's just say also that it's not like MVL is, doesn't have a chance for candidacy. He still has third leg. He didn't play the first leg, so.
That's his first tournament, so he will be coming back to Grand Prix in Berlin.
Right.
But there'll be quite an opposition because there will be Hikaru Nakamura, who already has a win.
Yeah.
You know, so Naka will try to make it out of the group, and then in this case, he probably is one of the favorites.
Actually, he will be in the same pool. Pools were published, I believe, yesterday, and he is in the same pool with Aronyan. So it will be not possible for both of them to
qualify.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's very interesting.
Yes, I think a lot of stuff will happen on the pairings, interestingly, for the Berlin, last legs. As it might be that some people kind of eliminate each other, not in the final, but somehow on a group stage level.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are, as you can see, those are the results. Richard Rapport makes it to the final, is waiting for the tiebreak tomorrow between Andreikin and Anish Giri. And we are waiting for the press conference, right? Or maybe, I'm not sure if with both players or with Andreikin only, but yeah.
With Rapport, yeah.
Andreikin is preparing for the tiebreak.
Yes.
Right? So to remind you, the tiebreak is happening tomorrow, starts same time, 3 p.m. local time here in Belgrade, so that means we will start our show a few minutes before that. It will consist of 2 rapid games. If 1-1, then 2 blitz games. And if this is draw, then the Armageddon, the sudden death game. And
yeah, hopefully it will not come to that point. It would be very stressful.
It will be very stressful for us. I remember people shouting and then, I've done once commentary with Almira Skripchenko, and she couldn't stop herself. There was some Armageddon, I don't remember which one, in St. Louis, and then someone lost on time, so she couldn't really, time, and she couldn't stop herself. Yeah. All right, so I think what had to be done is done by our duo, and listen to the press conference, and see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
We have to say goodbye. Okay. Don't get up immediately after we finish. Just give us 5 seconds so we can cut the show. Good evening. Here we are in Belgrade, where the second game of the second semi-final has finished, and Richard Rapport and Maxime Lagrave drew their game. Despite this being a draw, it was a very exciting, intense game for both. Maxime, this was an important day for you. You had to win in order to move forward. You started off very aggressively, seemed you got a better position. You want to take us through the game?
Yeah, I didn't expect Richard actually to go for such a remote line where everything's hanging. So this, in a way, was a practical choice because obviously I was out prepared there, but it was also risky because I know that if I played the best moves, I would probably be better in the end. But it didn't turn out to be the case. It just got to a very complicated middle games and very complicated end game. For sure, I had some wins out there, but it was always, a matter of calculation. So many lines to look at with this pawns race and other stuff. So in the end, it finished in a draw. For sure, it could have gone my way, but it wasn't to be the case today.
Thank you, Richard. From your perspective, how does this game go?
I decided for some reason to go for this line, which was kind of a line also for the must-win game. So it ended up resulting in a crazy position. But I think I should be fine at some point. But then I misplayed it terribly in the end game. I'm not even sure if I should trade queens, but from there on things went downhill for me quite badly. And then I was completely losing, and I guess it's time to go and try my luck in lottery as well, because it was just I should thank my lucky stars really. I think the game should have ended long before, and yeah, I got this one move chances, and okay, I'm really sorry that this is the way things went. Yeah.
Well, this is a rare thing you hear that the opposing player is really sorry they went this way. But obviously, it was a tough game for both of you. Maxime, this is the end of the road for you here. When you reflect on the tournament here in Belgrade, what was it like for you, and the games that you played, what were they for you?
Well, of course, I wanted to go further, but Richard played overall better than me in these two games. So, I'll take the lessons from what happened, and hopefully come back even stronger in Berlin. And we'll basically need to win the event to qualify for candidates. So, again, looking forward to the challenge.
All right, thank you, and Richard, to you, congratulations. You've moved to the finals. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, just I feel very good, but I'm not thinking that far ahead. I guess tonight it's time to